is the Big O Show. This 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 is the Big O Show.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys?
Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business, car key replacements, and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available, from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Offense to the heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, Friday, Pablo in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show O's on the radio, the top's where we gonna go, Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, Big O, no one has a similar show.
The point statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world, founded in 2013. OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning. Welcome aboard. It's a beautiful Tuesday. It's a blessed Tuesday. We're together again today, ready to rock and roll. And there he is, Sean Stanley, of course, mastering this program. Good morning. Good morning. Man, it's good. It's a good time, isn't it? It's a really good time in sports. It's a really good time to be a South Florida sports fan, obviously. Last night, I'm watching some television, and I've got the old ladies on the line, and they've got the seance going. And, we sacrificed a couple of things. Can't tell you, Peter. But, hey, we made it happen, bro. The Avalanche lost to the Capitals last night, 3-2. So the Santeria worked. Those of you working the black magic with me throughout the country, thank you very much. Appreciate all of you out there. Whatever it is you're doing, rubbing a rabbit's foot, passing an Avalanche logo under a ladder, maybe putting making a black cat cross in front of an Avalanche logo. However it is, you're working that Santeria. We thank you. So tonight, the Panthers, by the way, will take on the Islanders. And both now, not both. Avalanche now have 76 games. Panthers are at 75 games. Very important game tonight to win, so we can tie the Avalanche at 116, and then the rest is obviously up to, the rest of the season there. So really good night last night with that. Watching the basketball, though, Jalen Brunson, man, he hurt the pocket yesterday, that's for sure. He put on one hell of a performance last night. He's turned into a nice, really solid player, good player. But last night, he was great. Wow, he was phenomenal, dude. He was all-star-like last night. So, welcome aboard. We got a lot of things to talk about. Of course, many ways for you all to participate. Please smash the like button if you're listening to the podcast at any time, if you're watching now, later on, all that good stuff, you can definitely reach out to us on the YouTube chat board, on the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912. Get your questions there if you want. I know sometimes the chat board gets really loaded, and so it's hard to, keep up with all of the chatting going on the chat board there. So I appreciate all of you, as always, chiming in. We got a loaded show for you. Cameron Wolf will join us at 10:30. Manny Navarro will talk a little spring game at 11:30. 12:30, 12:15, that is, Omar Kelly. And our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report. Dying for this progressive thing to get approved so we can get EJD Construction and build my damn wall back again. I want my backyard back, man. I want my dogs to get the backyard back. Hopefully I'm going to do something out of the backyard so I can lose some weight faster. Which, see the face? Yeah, baby. I'm losing that second chin. You know what I'm doing now? Oh, by the way, let me finish the lineup. Omar Kelly at 12:15. George Richards. We talk a little Okie. Panthers in action tonight. Avalanche lost. All that good stuff. We got George at 1, and we got Anthony Chang at 1:30. So we got like a near 4-hour extravaganza for you today on the program. So I'm doing this what's it called? It's like you take these pills and they detox. That's what I'm doing. Detox. Yeah. So that's part of I'm starting that's like the first layer of it, First get the detox going. I'm fasting also at the same time. So I'm eating only at a certain part of the day. And then obviously the rest of the day, I'm just kind of coasting, and hasn't been too bad the first couple of days here. I have to, what I did last time when I fasted, and I lost a lot of weight, and it's a great way of losing weight if you just eat in a short window. And the idea is you first try to fast, maybe 10, 12 hours, then you can raise it to 13, and then 14, and then 15, and and so then you kind of you try to get it to a point where you're only in that 4 or 5 hour window where you can eat, and then all the rest of the day you just kind of drink water pretty much the entire time. So that's what I'm working on, so I can start shedding some of these pounds, because I've got to shed these pounds, man. Sean and I are going to be doing a lot of traveling coming up, and if it's up to me, it's going to be a shitload of traveling, so I'm trying to put all this craziness together so we can cover all these events. And, carrying a little less weight is always better on all these travel days. So plus, maybe I might live an extra week or something if I lose a couple of pounds. But anyway, we got a loaded show for you today. Appreciate all of you, as always, locking it in here on the program. Let's see. Carlos says the problem is that fasting is not sustainable. Most people cannot just eat for 4 to 5 hours. That being said, it does work. No, it does work. No, and you are 1,000% right, Carlos. You cannot live the rest of your life like that. But once you lose a certain amount of weight, then it's up to you to kind of, be disciplined and eat right. You know what I'm saying? But that's my problem always. I lose the weight, and then I go back to all the terrible habits that I have. You know what I mean? And I possess a lot of terrible habits. Okay. That's for sure. When it comes to eating, I break every rule in the book. All right. I see you got the Hialeah Park there, baby. Una gran noche de boxeo cubano 2. So part 2 is coming up, baby. I love it. Love it. That is a beautiful thing. So we got that on May 7th. I'm going to get the approval today for tickets, so I will start giving away tickets this week. Okay, I'll start giving away a bunch of tickets this week. What else do we have? John Young is in the house. Greater Good is in the house. Giovanni says fasting works. Lost 50 pounds in 2 months last year. Yeah. No, fasting definitely works. It works. I've done it myself. I've lost, I think it was like around 40 pounds by fasting. Yeah. So yeah, I've done it myself. So but it's just a matter of kind of adjusting to all of it. You know what I mean? And for me, I don't know about you guys, because I guess everybody's different. Everybody's body reacts differently. And it hasn't happened, which is kind of weird, by the way. But normally, when I started fasting the last time, the first week, I would end up with headaches. Because I would go a certain amount of time without food, and your body's not used to it. You know what I mean? And when you're fat, you're kind of used to feeding your body all the time. You know what I mean? Because I'm a weird fat guy. I'm the fat guy that I can't sit down and eat a 48-ounce porterhouse. I would struggle to eat a 24-ounce, like a 16-ounce. I am going to be jam-packed, dude. Like I'm not that guy. I'm actually the guy that eats all throughout the day. So it makes it even worse when you fast because your body's constantly used to intake. So all of a sudden you've like, whoa, yo, what happened to food? Stomach's going, yo, I need food. Yo, hey, yo, food. And so then your body reacts, and then the head goes, gang, 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 gang. You haven't eaten, that kind of stuff. But you know what? It hasn't happened to me this time around. I don't know why. But last time I ate was 6 o'clock last night. 5:30. Actually, it was like 5. Yeah, because I'm trying to get my dinner in before 6 o'clock. So that way you don't, because again, I'm terrible. I own every bad habit that exists of eating. Eating at 9, 10, 12 o'clock at night, whatever, bro. I'm terrible. Terrible, 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 terrible. And one of the keys to losing weight is stopping to eat early in the evening. That is very important in losing weight. So there you go. So my window will be in the afternoon after the show. I will enter my window from 2 to 6. I will enter my window, and then I will go eat during those 4 hours. And then I will take my break for the next 20. Carlos says, my problem recently is sweets. Dude, that's my problem my entire life, Carlos. The beautiful part is, right, when you're skinny most of your your young life, like I was skinny my entire life. I didn't start gaining weight till I think it was like 21 is when the rubber band broke, is what I call it. And when you're young, dude, you eat, well, some of us, obviously, some people have weight issues even when they're young. So I feel for all of you out there. I feel your pain. But those of us that are young and we have that killer metabolism, you know what I mean? And you're eating everything in sight and you never gain any effing weight, dude. And then all of a sudden you think it's going to last forever. And then at 21 or something like that, it was around 2021, I started to notice that the weight started to stay on me. And that was where the problem started, and it never ended from there. And so that's been the battle for the rest of my last 30-something years, is trying to keep the damn weight off. So here I go again. We're trying to lose it again. So there you go. Johnny Ron says, morning, Big O. Fasting is a bitch when you get the munchies. Yeah, I mean, again, I guess you're going to have to train your body. You know what I mean? It's all here. Everything is here. That's one thing I've learned about losing weight. It's all here. It's just a weakness that we all possess, or some of us possess. You know what I'm saying? Because there are some of you out there that are just incredibly disciplined, and you're able to be disciplined your entire life. Most of us that are undisciplined, it's tough, man. But it's all mental. It's all hurdles that we create in our mind. Everything is in our mind. It's not, we can train our bodies to do what we want it to do, but we have to be mentally tough enough in order to do it. And there are times where I'm mentally tough enough to do it. And then the mental toughness wears out. And then I just say, Give me some apple pie. I want some Coke. I want to have some whatever it is, ice cream, donuts. Donuts is one of my biggest weaknesses in my entire life, dude. Glazed donut. You give me a glazed donut, and man, I am one happy fat guy. John Young says, Big O, with the Dolphins' first 4 picks in the NFL draft, how would you draft? I would go 102 center offensive. John, I never do that stuff, dude, because I don't know who's off the board. So I don't know who's going to be available at that point. It might be a better value of a defensive tackle than a center. It might be a running back that's better value than the center. It might be the center better value than the defensive back or the defensive tackle or the running back or the cornerback. I'm not sure. How about if it's a corner who you think has the chance to be a great returner in the 3rd or 4th round, which, by the way, you can easily get that. You can easily get the corner / wide receiver that happens to also be more of a special teamer, less of a corner, less of a wide receiver. You know what I'm saying? But the guy has incredible return abilities. So maybe that's the value. So, John, I never play that game. What we're going to all do is once we get past the 2nd round and we get into the 3rd round, I will start now to find out who are the players available, and then I will target certain players leading up to that draft pick. And then we'll find out who's off the board leading into the 4th round, and then we'll get you the players that are left on the board and say, okay, this player, and this player fits their scheme, and I like this guy, that guy, and that guy. And that's how I do it every year. But you cannot predict right now what's going to be available in the 4th round, because a 2nd rounder with a little baggage may end up falling to the 4th round. And all of a sudden you're going, well, wait a minute, I thought that guy was going to be a 2nd rounder. Well, he's in the 4th. We got to take him because it's value at that point. So all of these kind of scenarios develop in the draft. And that's why, for me, I never play that game of trying to analyze what's going to be available in what specific position and what specific round, when there is no possible way of predicting what's actually going to be available there. So to me, it becomes a huge waste of time that you start targeting players and talking about players that you have no idea if they're going to be there or not, you know? So let's pace ourselves. Let's slow down a bit. Let's wait till we get to we're going to be on all 3 days. We're going to do the entire draft for you guys up until the last picks of the Miami Dolphins in the 7th round. So we're going to guide you throughout the entire draft. We're going to talk about the process as the picks are going off the board, as the different teams are piling on. We're going to have different guests coming on to talk about the draft, what the Dolphins may do, all those kind of things. We're going to have all kinds of different people on. You're going to hear a draft show like you've never heard in South Florida, even though we don't have the early picks. But we're going to put together one amazing freaking draft show for 3 days. I promise you that. Okay? We're going to have the best insiders on. As you all know, nobody has better insiders anyway, period. We kick everyone's ass locally. So we will have the best local insiders. We're going to have some great national insiders all over the place. Trust me on this. So we'll walk you through the whole process, and we'll give you a draft show that you're going to go, holy shit, we barely had any picks, and this was a cool show. I can't wait till next year when we have 2 firsts, a 2nd, and 2 thirds. By the way, somebody reached out to us yesterday, and I didn't address it, Sean, but he's in Detroit, and he's a hardcore listener of ours. And he's asking us if we're going to go to the draft next year in Detroit. And I don't think so. I don't think so. I unless there's some kind of crazy ass sponsor that steps up and wants to take us to Detroit, I doubt it, because if everything goes well, okay, I'm 9 days in Vegas because I'm also meeting with several hotels, and I'm trying to close a deal to have a home there in Vegas. So the idea is this show is going to bounce back and forth to Vegas for the Vegas Summer League, for the East West Shrine Game, for the Pro Bowl, for Panthers and Knights if they run into each other in the Stanley Cup, Dolphins Raiders, the NFL Draft, UFC fights, big fights, obviously, big boxing matches. Maybe Crawford right now, if he agrees to the fight with Earl. Anyway, that kind of stuff, crypto. We're going to be traveling also for Bitcoin conferences, maybe here locally, like we just had. Next time around, we'll be there. And then Vegas, those kind of things. So we plan, and then obviously we're going to go to the combine, all that. But if we do have a home in Vegas, I think we're going to make it a thing that we're going to go to Vegas every year for the NFL draft. No matter where it's at, unless it's here in Miami, then we'll stay that year. But outside of that, we'll probably my vision is to go to Vegas every year for the draft and create a thing where fans and all of us can get together, come from different parts of the world, and get together and have some fun and follow the draft and all that kind of stuff. Hey, listen, hopefully on the show here, we'll all get together. We'll start making, if we got a hotel sponsor, then we can all get together, go there for the first week of March Madness, for the opening week of the NFL season, things like that. We can do stuff like that. And so we kind of that's the big picture of the show, that we're trying to get a home in Vegas so we can do different things also there in Vegas and give you guys the kind of coverage, a real sports show. You don't have that locally. You know what I mean? You don't have that a lot nationally too, by the way. So we're going to try to fill that void for you. Nizzle, thank you, my brother, for the love on the super chat. Very nice of you. Says, do you believe in taking best available or need when drafting? Always best available. Always. Best need doesn't mean you took the best player. You know what I mean? So if the receiver, you have two great receivers, but there's another great receiver there, take him. Trade him then. Whatever. Keep him. I don't care. But you take the best player. Hey, you don't take the lesser player. You take the best player. Yes. Sometimes you think the best player and the guy you need, there's not much of a difference, so you take it. That's the other thing. And that's also subjective. It all depends on the person. You know what I mean? So let's see. What do we have here? What else do we have? I know Bitcoin, by the way, is climbing today. Started last night. And it started continuing to climb this morning. It's up over 5%, and it's approaching 42,000. Right now it's at 41,710. So it is on a parabolic run right now. We'll see. It is due at one point or another. It's going to bust. I just am so grateful it didn't bust for several months and allowed a lot of us that are smart to accumulate, which is a beautiful, beautiful thing. By the way, Mandy Campbell from OK Coin will join us tomorrow on the program. And remember, since you are showing OK Coin, I do have the link there on Twitter where you can get $100. You can share $100 in Bitcoin. You can get $50 free of Bitcoin. And the other thing I also want to tell you, because I always tell you, have your money work two ways. And on OK Coin, you can stake Terra USD, which is a stable coin, just a regular dollar, at 19.65%. Cosmos at 12.79%. Polkadot at 9%. Avalanche, which I've got staked at 8.6%. Polygon, which I've got staked at 7.3%. Tron at 5.8. Not the biggest Tron guy myself, but you can stake it if you have it, if you're a believer in it. Solana, 5.3%. Cardano, 4.4%. Now I'm starting to transfer my crypto.com. I have Cardano there. I'm starting to transfer it over to OKCoin so I can stake it there at 4.2, 4.4%. It's ridiculous. So you can make your money work two ways. So that way, when it's going sideways, you're earning interest. So you're always making money. So, oh, it's down 4%. Yeah, but I'm earning 7% interest. So, and when it goes back up, I'm still earning 7% interest. And I'll continue to earn 7% interest, or 4, or 6, or 8, whatever it is that you locked it in for. You got to be smart. And that interest, you got to understand. So, example, you stake a coin, right? And then the interest that comes back, let's say it's at $1.42. So when they give you the interest back at $1.42, well, guess what? If it goes up to $1.70, that coin they gave you, that portion of the coin they gave you at $1.42 starts to go up now. So they're giving you something that is also going to increase in value. Unlike if you just get normal interest, yeah, you get $1 back or 50 cents, but it can't grow. It can't become 75 cents. That's the difference. The interest you get then grows on top of that. So it becomes even bigger what they gave you. So if you're getting back in interest, a 30-cent coin, and they gave you back 10 of them, you got $3 worth of coins, let's say, because you got 10 coins and they're worth 30 cents. So the coin jumps up to 50 cents. All of a sudden now, you just gained a couple bucks. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You got to allow it to grow, and the patience alone will allow it to grow even more, because if it's a great company that you're investing in, once it shoots up, oh my God, the interest you got is going to grow on top of that, which is, it's a beautiful thing. These are the little things that sometimes people don't understand about crypto. That, my friends, is your OKCoin Crypto Corner. Boss B says, Big O, could you get Larry Bluestein, or is he under? No, he's under contract over there. Yeah, he's under contract over there. So I would not be able to bring him over. He would get in trouble, I think, if he comes over or something like. And I certainly don't want to get Blue in any kind of trouble. And he's too smart. I wouldn't put him in that position, and he wouldn't put himself in that position. Anthony says, wow, time really does fly. It felt like the other day we just drafted Waddle. Can we fast forward to September already? Best time of the year, falls time, holiday, and NFL. You agree? Anthony, I don't want to fast forward, my brother. We got a beautiful heat season developing here. We're in the playoffs right now. We got the Panthers with their best team ever. The Panthers may have one of the 3 or 4 greatest teams in South Florida sports history on the ice right now. And a lot of you haven't yet appreciated it. A lot of you haven't really realized it. Some of you, unfortunately, really don't care. But I think eventually people will realize, they will care, they will get on board, and they're going to enjoy one of the incredible runs. And I don't expect it to be just 1 year. I expect this to be an impactful team for a few years to come. And so hopefully we got a Stanley Cup or 2, in the process. I'm hoping for 1 at least. I hope it's this year or next year or whatever, but let's make it happen, man. Got to find a way to, because that is what's really going to catapult that sport in this town. And then it'll get more people to get on board and all that. Just like once you see Bitcoin take off and get over 50 and all that, you're going to see a whole bunch of people wanting to FOMO in. Oh, no, now I want to get in, They didn't bother to buy at 28 and 30 and 33 and 34 and 36 and 38, like we were telling them, but they'll start getting in at 50 something. And you know what I mean? And it's like, well, you could have gotten in 20,000 earlier, but you didn't want to, right? Because you didn't believe in it. Now you're a fair weathered fan. So now you're in it. And so FOMOing is the same thing. Once we get them going, they're going to FOMO into the Panthers at that point. That's what will end up happening, So I'm looking forward to that. 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. And folks, don't forget, whether you're having a child and you want to celebrate, you're watching the Heat tonight and you want to light up a victory cigar, do it with Perdomo cigars. 10th anniversary, 20th anniversary, so many great, the champagne. Oh, man, I love it. There you go. You're showing the 10th anniversary right now. There's a champagne 10th anniversary, 93 rating from Cigar Journal. That's why Perdomo cigars, one of the greatest cigars on the planet. The construction is second to none. Hey, listen, when you talk about the pool from beginning to end, it is so smooth. Always a great smoke. It is because it's so well constructed. And then the flavor. That's the other thing about Nick Perdomo and the family. It's quality tobacco. It's not running out of flavor halfway and drying out on you. No, it is going to be a flavorful cigar from beginning to end. And that's why you love Perdomo cigars. Check out the retail store at 5150 Northwest 167th Street, right off the Palmetto. A lot of you drive by it and you see it and you go, wow, that's a big-ass Perdomo factory. And you think you can't go in there. You can. Got a big, giant, beautiful retail store. They've got all the cigars there. You can buy any kind of Perdomo cigar there. They've got a beautiful lounge with the leather, with a ginormous leather couch and beautiful TV. You can hang out there. Lots of people hang out there and enjoy their Perdomo cigars. You can buy some of the Perdomo paraphernalia, hats, shirts, all kinds of stuff. And Nick Perdomo is always there. When he's not traveling the world, you can catch Nick there. Maybe get an autograph, get a picture with Nick. You never know. Maybe he'll sign a cigar for you. I mean, why don't people ever do that? You grab a cigar, you make the cigar maker sign the cigar, and then you seal that cigar, and boom, it's in your humidor, and that's it. You can show it off to people. Hey, this is my 10th anniversary, signed by Nick Perdomo. It's pretty cool. How about that? So 5150 Northwest 167th Street. Go to PerdomoCigars.com. And, of course, tell them that Big O sent you, man. Check it out. You want a great smoke, you reach for a Perdomo cigar. All right. Let's get smoking. And let's talk a little Miami Dolphins football with our KSDT Miami Dolphins report.
We unleash the Wolf Pack as we get the latest in the NFL and the Miami Dolphins with our KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL Network insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370. Here's NFL insider Cameron Wolf.
All righty. There he is, Batman. Is that your favorite superhero?
Oh yeah, by far.
Okay.
The only true superhero to root for.
I'm a Spider-Man fan.
You're a Spider-Man fan. Got you.
Yes.
Have you always been a Spider-Man fan, or is it the most recent ones that have done it?
No. I've always been a Spider-Man fan. I have my black Spidey hanging from the roof over there in my studio here. And wait a minute. I took down my original red one because I had a sign back here and it was dangling because I have a black Spidey and the original, and so they're hanging like this. The other one's over there, so I had the other one hanging back here. But as you can tell, this thing's kind of loaded back there. So I don't have any space for Spidey, so I have to find another space for Spidey in the studio. But yes, I've always been a Spidey guy. In fact, one of our listeners, GP Trap, if you see, I don't know if you could tell in the back, that's a Spider-Man with a guitar.
Yeah, no, I see it.
That's a pop.
Yeah.
And he also brought me a Batman.
Oh, that's dope.
A Batman with a pop Batman with a guitar. So GP Trap has contributed two things to the show.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. The Batman was better than the Spider-Man one, but that's
Well, you're a Batman guy, of course.
Yeah, but I like Spider-Man. I will say that Spider-Man is my favorite like the movies, especially the most recent ones. The last 4 or 5 years have been my favorite movies to watch outside of the Batman movies. Like
Yeah,
even more than some of the Marvel, Avenger movies. I've enjoyed the Spider-Man movies. It's a more fun series.
As an old fart, dude, I had to, wake up a little extra early so I can watch my Spider-Man cartoon, in the morning and sometimes in the afternoon also. Because remember, I'm not unlike you, Cam, that you grew up in the era of 24-hour cartoon channels. I did not have that, unfortunately. We had a window in the morning, very early in the morning. Then we had a window in the afternoon with one of the 33 or 39 channels or something like that. And then Saturday mornings and Sunday mornings. I remember this for 2 years. I was so pissed, Cam, because I had to go to catechism school. And it was Saturday mornings, bro.
So
and
you
there's
had to
no
miss your
DVR,
cartoon.
there's no VCR, there's no DVR, there's no way. So once you miss Scooby and Spider and Superman and Friends, you were screwed, bro. There was no way of getting it back. And for 2 years, catechism school took away my Saturday morning cartoons, bro. That was
that's a bummer. I hate that for you, Big O. Saturday mornings, there's nothing like it. I think I grew up. Hopefully there's some people who remember this, but I think I grew up watching a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh and like Pokemon and stuff on my Saturday mornings, and then I switched to College Game Day and watched college football.
Right.
But
that's the evolution. It's the normal evolution for us, at least.
Yeah.
For
but Saturday morning is nothing like watching your shows in the morning.
Oh man, that was just like we lived for it because we didn't have 24-hour cartoon channels. So for us, that was heaven, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And meanwhile, I'm in catechism school, and then and I still remember in catechism school. I don't have a ruler around here. We had a nun. That dude, like if you got out of line, and it happened to me a couple times. Anyway, she would grab your fingers and she'd make you do this, right? And then she'd grab her index and her thumb, and she'd wrap it around, and she'd tighten up like this, and you see your fingers turning red, and then she'd grab a ruler, whack, whack.
They go, that's definitely abuse. If this is this era,
no, that's normal. Then
that teacher would have been arrested. Back then, it's like this is daily life. Society has changed.
Dude, I had an assistant principal named Montoya in Kinloch Junior High. This is early 80s. This is 1981 or 80, something like that.
Yep.
And when you would go get paddled, and I got paddled a couple times, he had a paddle, and it said Toyota on it, and he had holes drilled on it on the thing, so it'd be more aerodynamic.
Right.
And then he'd tell you, put your hands on the desk, look at the wall, and then he says, "You want it? You asked for it. You got it. Whack, Toyota." So he'd use the slogan every time. He'd whack you.
Oh man.
You want it? You asked for it. You got it. Toyota. Because that was the slogan in the commercial back in the day.
Right. That leaves a scar. I bet you every time you think of that Toyota commercial, you think of that.
I'm rubbing my ass just going, don't call my dad. Thank me all you want, dude.
Right.
Okay?
Because it's going to be worse when you get home, right? So
at home is nothing like this one, It's like, this ain't nothing. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
You can tell, we grew up in a completely different era where so many people would have been arrested and they lost their kids and all that.
Trust me.
By the way, we turned out just fine. I just want you to know.
Yeah, we did. We turned out all right.
I think what happens a lot is deep down inside, as what I would say older kids. I don't know about younger kids nowadays, but deep down inside us, older kids, we kind of, when we got our asses kicked, we knew we were going to get our asses kicked.
Oh yeah.
So we knew we deserved it. So it was just one of those things like, and I almost get the feeling that nowadays these kids, like, they want no repercussions for stuff that happens when we all knew what we were doing was wrong. And we all knew that the risk was you were going to get grounded and you were also going to get your ass kicked. You know, because it was double in those days. You know.
Oh man, and you definitely deserved it. Like so, I remember, and so like I didn't live in a timeout household. I never lived that
in an
life.
ass-kicking household.
Yes, exactly. So I remember I knew if I did something at school or did something at home, I just prepped. I'll get strategic. I would put like toilet paper inside my pants to try to soften the blow. I'd do all kinds of things. I try to fake like I'm sleeping and napping. When my parents got home to try to elongate. It never really worked, but I try to do everything. But it's deserved. You know, I did a lot of stuff growing up that I would probably do the same to my kids these days if that happens. So
yeah,
I get it.
One of those things.
Yeah, it is. It's part of it. But I think I learned that way. If you told me, hey, I'll just give him time out for 15 minutes, I don't think I would have learned.
No, I'm with you there. All right. As we get ready for this draft, what's the deep dive telling you right now in the 3rd and 4th rounds?
Yeah, I mean, I've spent a lot of time, honestly, talking about other teams because the Dolphins don't have the picks until later in day 2 and day 3. But when you look at, I guess, those later day 3, day 4 picks, day 2, day 3 picks in 3rd and 4th round, a lot of times you're just trying to see what falls to you, right? And I think if you're a team like the Dolphins, you don't have that many picks. It gets you an opportunity where maybe you can either you can take 2 routes. You can either take a little bit more risk when you get to that that period and try to get an upside swing, a guy who may have been a 1st or 2nd round guy on your grade board who may have character issues or injury issues, and say, hey, maybe we hit a lightning in the bottle. Or you try to attack what I've told you before on the lesser positional values, positions like middle linebacker or running back or center, positions that don't have that central value. And so for the Dolphins, I know they brought in a handful of linebackers. They brought in a handful of running backs. That kind of tells you positions that they view as potential draft picks there. Yeah, because it's obvious at this point. You don't have a 1st round pick. They're not Dolphins fans. They're not trading into the 1st round. So don't have to worry about that.
They need a bigger back, by the way. They need the guy in between the fullback and the backs that they have because they don't really have a back that can really punish you a little bit. And I think that, a lot of us have been talking about James Cook because he kind of fits that mold that you want. That's a little thicker back that, okay, you don't want to rely on the fullback every time for that 3rd and 4th and 1. You'd like a guy that might be a little bit more nimble. And besides getting that 1, he might be able to break a tackle and get you the touchdown or an extra 10 yards or whatever the hell it is. You know what I'm saying? Yep. So they're kind of in between there. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think James Cook's a really good player. And I think this is going to be an interesting running back class. But I don't think there will be a lot of running backs that go in the first 2 rounds. Talking to scouts in the league, talking to running back coaches, this is a class where you may only see 2 or 3 backs that are taken in the first 3 rounds. And so there may be a handful of guys still waiting there in the 3rd round and the 4th round for the Dolphins, maybe even into the 5th round. And you mentioned James Cook. He's a really good back there, probably in that 2nd tier. He could be a guy that's available. Also, a couple names to look out for is Zamir White, is a guy from Georgia who's also fills that role that you mentioned, a power back. He's had some injury issues in the past, but he's also a guy who hasn't had a lot of mileage on his style, and a lot of these backs you can find in day 3 are perfect committee backs, which if you watch what San Fran did with Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDaniel, that's their MO. They love to have 3 or 4 different backs. Last year they drafted Trey Sermon and Elijah Mitchell in the 3rd and the 6th round, and Elijah Mitchell ended up being their lead back by the end of the year. So they like that hot hand. So if you're just talking about running backs, Zamir White's a name to look out for. Brian Robinson's a guy from Alabama who also fills that big back role. He sat behind Najee Harris, some of these other guys, and he finally got his opportunity now. I think he's a redshirt senior, one of those rare redshirt seniors from Alabama. So you worry like, hey, what's his ceiling? But if you're drafting him in the 4th round, you're not really worried about him being a all-pro running back. You want him to be a very good back as part of a committee. So those are a couple backs I wouldn't be shocked to see Miami go after, 3rd, 4th, 5th round to kind of complete that backfield.
And to kind of piggyback on what you're talking about, and I wanted to kind of tell people this, Matt LaFleur is a guy that was with McDaniel, right? same place, right? They were all together,
Yeah,
weren't they?
they were all together in Washington in the early 2010s. So yeah,
Right.
that Washington roster was deep
So,
of coaches.
so Aaron Jones is a pretty good running back, isn't he?
Yeah.
Right. So 2 years ago, they go and draft A.J. Dillon.
Yep. Second round.
And freak everybody out. And it's like,
Yep.
what the hell are you doing? And you watch it now.
Yep. Perfect combo, right? Yep.
They punish your ass.
Exactly.
And so
it helps because
I that's why I'm trying to tell Dolphin fans. That's why I brought it up to you, because you see what LaFleur and company have done. I think there's a little bit of that here also. And
right.
that one back is what they're missing. The bruiser. They have, think about this. You get it on short yardage. It's Ingle blocking for Cook on short yardage. Holy shit. And you're running behind Connor and Armstead probably. Holy shit. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So this is a division, and so there is a big back in their future. Third or fourth round, but there is a big back and a punisher coming. And I think when you look at what they've done in San Francisco, that's what we always go with. Well, go look at the other branch that has come out in LaFleur. Look what they're doing in Green Bay. So don't be surprised if the big back is coming in that third or fourth round.
And I think that presence, you mentioned it with Alec Ingle there, but the presence of fullback is very key because it's a whole different scheme. And I was talking with, some just Dolphins coaches over the last few weeks of just kind of getting an idea of what it looks like scheme-wise. And one thing that was made clear to me is it's going to be a very different scheme. Like there's not a lot of similarities and that's, like you said, it's pretty obvious, but just like from a perspective for the players, they're learning a completely different scheme. And one thing that we get so caught up in the speed of Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, I think that's all going to be great. But I think that maybe the biggest change is just how they go about the run game. It'll be a lot more ISO, a lot more wide zone scheme, a lot more focus on getting downhill and bringing physicality back into the game in the way they run it. And you mentioned the big back. Yeah, they may go after that, but I also think you're going to see the fullback getting the ball some. Alec Ingle.
Well, there's no doubt.
Short yardage situation. So I think that'll all be a part of it. They did draft Jared Dokes last year in the 7th round. We haven't seen much of him. We don't know if he's going to be a player or not. But he's going to get a chance to compete there. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with Myles Gaskin because he's been the lead back here the last couple of years. But when you look at sort of the roster and what they have, he's now in position to be the third back there. He doesn't really play a lot of special teams. So that's going to be an interesting question. He's not that big back, that bruiser. So some of these skill sets are a little bit duplicative when you got a Myles Gaskin, a Salvin Ahmed. Some of these guys are not going to make the roster. Let's just be real. So
those guys are insurance policies. They're insurance policies right now.
Yeah, especially if you end up adding another back. So I think that's all a part of this equation. But I think it's a good problem for the Dolphins to have to figure out, hey, who's going to be on the roster. And you got to make sure Raheem Mostert is healthy first of all. He sounds like he's head that track, but everything is set up for the Dolphins backfield to be in better position than it was last year.
Hell yeah. All right, before I let you go, I asked you this 2 weeks ago. Now that we're just over a week away from it, maybe you've been able to unearth something. We know Chris Greer is a wheeler and a dealer, my brother. So we cannot put it out that he might end up with a draft pick in this draft by trading something on his roster that's currently there. Is there somebody there that is tradable and will bring back some kind of value in the first or second day? I don't think he's going to be making moves to trade players for third day picks. But first and second day, is there anyone that you would say, this is one player I would look out for that maybe, just maybe, could be moved?
Yeah, I don't know if first or second day you create that. I think Devontae Parker was that big name, and they got a day 2 pick next year for him. A lot of times this is when you see a change of scenery type players being traded. If you remember a couple years ago, Josh Rosen was traded on day 2 of the draft for that second round pick, a change of scenery player. So if you look at the Dolphins roster, a lot of times it's failed first round picks. So you can look at guys like some of the offensive linemen, but I don't think they're really in a position to trade one of those guys when they want them to compete. for one of those jobs. So that's immediately what comes to mind, but I don't see it. You could look at a guy like Noah Igbenogany and say maybe he gets a fresh start somewhere, but they also still need cornerback depth. So I just don't see an obvious candidate where, hey, you're going to get a first or second round pick if they trade him. So if there was one, I'd say it's one of those former first round picks, but right now I think they're probably done with their significant trading of players.
Where are you going in the Batmobile since you're in it right now?
It's been a busy morning for me. This actually is my Batmobile, by the way. I got a black Challenger that I literally named the Dark Knight. So that shows you my Batman love. But I just got a workout in. I got a haircut. I am about to go drop off my dry cleaning and pick up some diapers for my daughter. So this is a active morning out, and then I'll be home and start doing more draft prep. So morning is errands and workouts, and afternoon is work. So
there you go. All right. Catch him doing his thing on the NFL Network as always, and follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolf. Cam, as always, thank you for taking some time. We'll catch up later in the week, my friend.
All right. Appreciate you, Big O.
Thank you, sir. There you go. Cameron Wolf. You have now faced the Wolf Pack.
This has been the KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right. Richard says, my Uncle Fred King was a football coach in Hialeah Optimist, and he had a paddle, and he would whack your butt when doing push-ups, and he became a legend down there in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Different day. If a teacher smacked my kid, I'd probably be in jail. Different day. Usually you got smacked back in the day because you deserved it. So I can't say I ever got hit and I didn't deserve it. And I don't have a problem with it. None whatsoever. I can't raise my kid like that, but I don't have a problem with it, man. I'm sorry. I think there are plenty of kids nowadays that need a good foot in their ass. So I kind of disagree with all of that, but it all depends. It's the fear of your father is valuable. And that's the problem nowadays. Kids have too much power, so there's no fear of your parents anymore. And then discipline gets right out. I mean, the kids that tore up my wall. All right? One of the kids was screaming at the parents. After they destroy the car, they create all kinds of problems, they're still giving the parent attitude. I just want to throw that out there. I can't imagine me totaling my car or my parents' car, and then I'm just going to give them shit too on top of all of that. It's like, I can't imagine, like my parents would look at me like the RCA dog, like, is this mother effer screaming at us while he effed up the car? No, right? This is not going on, right? I mean, my parents would lose it. Have you seen that commercial where the parents come in on their electric car and they want to come in stealth because apparently they came in a little late, and they come in and the lights turn on and the kid is quizzing them and where have you been and this, that. I watched that commercial over and I'm like, I look at my wife and I go, do you think any of us could have ever done that to our parents and question them when they come over? At whatever time at night, where were you? How come it took you so long? And the parents are like trying to explain, oh, okay, you can have the car. Brother, I would have lost the car opportunity for years if I do that to my parents. I'm questioning them where they've been. Like, that shows you where we're at in our society. And I witnessed it. I witnessed a bunch of kids tear down my wall, destroy their car, and then give the parents crap about it. It's just, I was looking at it, I was going like, and I'm looking at the parents and they're not saying anything. And I'm like, oh my God. I almost like, I almost said something and they're not my kids. Oh, Lordy. Brett says, Big O, nothing can replace the discipline or the threat of discipline of a loving parent. No discipline at all justifies it, makes it all worse. Well, I had no problem with the way I was brought up. So I turned out all right, man. I didn't end up beating my daughter. I had to learn the other way. With my daughter, like normal kids, take away their phones and their computers, and that's how you cripple them. That's they forget about it. You take away the TV, computer, and phone, and that's the only way. That's the only discipline you can have nowadays. Stang, Big O, given Greer's success in drafting in mid rounds, would it make sense to trade one of our first round picks from next year for multiple 2 and 3rd round picks in this year's draft for a starting caliber player? No, because the draft next year is considered superior to this draft. And this is not a good draft. This is a draft where the guy you get at 3 is as good as the guy you get at 13. And the guy you get at 23, there isn't much of a difference between that guy and the guy at 3 and 13. There's not a huge disparity like normally there would be at the top of the draft, that you would have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players that are just heads and tails above, and it's just not that way in this draft. So this is not one of those drafts you want to trade into. This is one of those drafts you want to trade out of. And notice what the Dolphins have done. So nobody ever thinks about those things and whatever. It's like a trade. Everybody's trying to trade out of the top picks. They're all dying to give away the first pick, second, third pick of the draft, and nobody wants to move up because they know that the guy I'm getting at 9 is not that much of a difference. Might even be better. Although the guy I'm getting at 18, not much of a difference. Hell, he could end up being better. And that's the problem. So this is not the draft you trade into. So if you can do what they did, that you traded those picks for established and proven veterans, that makes a lot of sense in this draft. And if you're able to collect another pick for next year for a draft that's better, that's actually smart. I've told you guys this, that Chris Greer has done a marvelous job of keeping them liquid, where he doesn't tie them down to terrible contracts like years past. And then he's continuing that cycle of trying to have more picks down the line. So cap space and extra draft capital, that helps you succeed. I'm really excited for this season, but I don't want to hurry it up because we got a lot of things going on. By the way, anybody care that tonight is Inter Miami CF taking on Miami FC for the U.S. Open Cup to advance? I love how Neville approached it, by the way. And Franco Panizo is going to join us at noon. So we'll have a little fun with Franco. We'll talk with him. Manny Navarro will join us at 11:30 in hour number 2. But I'm looking forward to that, man. That's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to go tonight. Apparently, they've got about almost already over 8,000 people. I think I read in the paper 8,500 tickets are already sold. So I haven't even bought my tickets. So me and the wife are going. So that's 8,502. Because we'll be there for sure, man. I'm going to go tonight and go check out the game. I guess I'll put on a Miami FC shirt, and my wife has an Inter shirt. So we'll sport both of them, and we'll go have fun and support the game and support soccer and all that good stuff. It's right here in our backyard, so it'll be an easy one. But I'm looking forward to seeing that game. I know that I'll have the Heat recording, and so I'll be able to see the back end of that game when I come back. But man, that's going to be a lot of fun. Miami FC taking on Inter Miami in the U.S. Open Cup tonight at FIU Stadium. So if you got a chance, got an opportunity, just record the Heat game and you can go back and watch it. You could probably get home and watch the back end of the Heat game. Probably, I think I'll be able to get home and watch the fourth quarter. It's probably what will happen. All right, what else do we have? I told you the Capitals beat the Avalanche yesterday, which is awesome. And they have 76 games played. Florida has 75. Tonight is game 76 against the Islanders. This is a must win. They've got to tie them so we can try to get that number one overall seed in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Miami Marlins are back in action tonight. They were off last night. They start a set with the Cardinals at Lone Depot Park, and it'll be Adam Wainwright taking on Jesus Luzardo. And Luzardo's got a 1.8 ERA, 0-0 record. Wainwright, he is 1-1 and a 3.48 ERA. All right. Heat and Hawks, 7:30 tonight, TNT. Heat by 7 over and unders 219. The Heat are minus 310 in the money line, plus 250 in the money line for the Hawks, plus 250. And Miami, of course, leads 1-0 in that series. So we got a lot of things to talk about. Of course, our show is proudly brought to you by Sloman's Home Shield. Yeah, baby, a little Alarmo. I think they signed an Alarmo in Toronto Armstead and another one in Connor Williams. We got to develop a couple more Alarmos to protect Tua, but you need Alarmo to protect your home. 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. So you can reach out to the folks at Sloman's Shield, and we're going to give you a free doorbell camera right now. The first 40 Big O listeners who call 1-800-ALARM-ME, you'll get that free doorbell camera. It connects directly to your smartphone with the Sloman Shield. And, of course, when you get the professional installation and our low-cost central station monitoring, you're also getting an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3-arm doors, and a backup battery. Call them 1-800-ALARM-ME so you can feel safe at home, so you can feel secure about your business, and everything is protected with the Sloman's Shield. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Big O question. Would you rather keep Gaskin or Ahmed? Johnny, can we just wait for training camp to play out? Because if Mostert's healthy, if Chase is healthy, and if they draft a guy and they have the fullback, those two guys won't even make the team. But if Mostert gets injured or something else happens, then one of them has a shot at making the team. So I have no idea what's going to happen. Maybe they don't draft a guy. Then Gaskin or Ahmed have a shot at staying. But gun to head, you want me to choose between Gaskin and Ahmed? I'm going to go Gaskin, if that's what you're asking me. Okay? I'll go Gaskin. But I don't even know if they'll make it or not. We got to wait. Hell, what if the Dokes kid, who they draft a guy, right? And all of a sudden, the Dokes kid, the light goes on and he starts tearing it up. What do we do then? We don't know, right? These are the things that we cannot predict, my friend. All right, hour number 1 is done. We got 3 more to go. Hour number 2 is next. Sean Stanley driving the program. Manny Navarro will join us at 11:30. We'll talk a little Canes, a little spring game. When we come back, I want to talk a little Bam. I want to talk a little Tua in this next half hour. I got a couple things that I want to talk about there, and things I want to share, and things maybe a perspective we need to take on Bam or Tua. That's next.
to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. Viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
And it's hour number 2 of the program. We're ready to rock and roll. I hope you all are doing well. Hope you're enjoying your Tuesday. We certainly are. Appreciate all of you out there as always. Blessings out there. All right. We got Manny Navarro joining us in hour number 2. We got the Heat tonight. Game number 2 against the Hawks. They're leading 1-0. Clint Capella is probably out for tonight. Collins, I'm sure, will play. Miami still should be able to take care of business tonight. We'll see how Trae Young responds after having just an absolutely terrible night when he scored like 8 points and missed like 800 shots. And it was ugly, man. And they didn't even have to use the secret weapon, Caleb Martin, to shut him down. I mean, they trapped him everywhere and made life impossible. And I'm sure they'll do it again today. And if the other guys don't bail him out, it's going to be a nice short series for the Hawks. And for the Heat, this is one where you have to win it. You have to win it. You're better than the Hawks, even if the Hawks were healthy. You're better than them. What you don't want to do with Atlanta or any team in the NBA playoffs is give them any kind of life whatsoever. And that's what you would be doing if you actually don't get it done and win tonight. You will get, because then now they go back to Atlanta for 2 games. So all of a sudden, hey, we beat them in Miami, we can beat them here. And confidence is a beautiful thing in life, man. Confidence is a building block to any kind of success you're going to have in life on anything, on any level. You must be confident in what you're doing. You got to have faith in what you're doing. And you're going to give them faith. You're going to give them hope by allowing them to win tonight. So if you're the Heat, you need to thoroughly embarrass them tonight. You need to take care of them just like you did the other night. And you've got to give them that way. When you beat them in game 3 in Atlanta, they are now in a hopeless situation because they have seen it and they can play their best and it will not be enough. And that's the point you have to get to. Now, the guy that needs to lead the charge is Bam Adebayo. You know, the list came out yesterday and we talked to Ira about it for Defensive Player of the Year. And Gobert was there, Mikal Bridges, and Marcus Smart. No Bam. And Bam, to, use his quote, I guess, he said it was an insult that he's not there. It's disrespectful, I think is the quote. I will read the quote for you. Disrespectful. I feel like I can do anything that 2 out of the 3 can do. Besides, I can't teach height, but they all 3 play on TV more than me. So I would expect that. They get more TV games. They get more exposure. People like to talk about them more. Don't nobody want to talk about us. So it's whatever at that point. So Bam has all the motivation he needs now. He's been disrespected by the league. He's a guy that he wants to be a defensive player. It means something to him. I covered Alonzo Mourning, and Alonzo was one of those guys that obviously wore his emotions on his sleeve, but he took his defense he took that serious, bro. He was incredibly prideful. And one of the things that people, not in today's basketball, but in that basketball, Zoe was an undersized center. And a lot of times he was going up with centers that were bigger than him. Yet he would get blocks on them and everybody else. Zoe was just an amazing shot blocker. He was one of those guys that he could anticipate better than most. And obviously, he also had the intelligence of blocking the shot and keeping it inbound, too. That was the other thing. It wasn't so much of the testosterone-filled block that you'd put it in the 7th row. You know what I'm saying? Like Villanova, Georgetown, where Patrick Ewing blocked like the first 3 shots and put them, in the second level of the arena or something. That doesn't help you because you give him back the ball. So you give him back the possession. So not only was he an incredible shot blocker, but he was also very alert on wanting to block and try to keep the ball inbound so they could maintain possession. You know what I mean? And that was very, very smart. But my point is, he took a lot of pride in being Defensive Player of the Year. It meant something to him. And he's been around Bam. And I'm sure Bam and him have had this conversation. And then you watch Bam on how serious he takes his defense and how important he is as a pillar of stability for that defense and how everyone relies on him like you used to rely on Zoe for that defense, right? The game's different. I get it. Different types of centers and all that. I get all of that. But still, in his way, he does it for this team in this kind of environment. Zoe did it in his kind of environment for his kind of team and that kind of basketball in the 90s. So my point is that Bam now has all the motivation you can possibly need. And the team, hey, Strus is motivated. Duncan's motivated. He's on the bench now. So he's coming off the bench, and he wants to prove that he belongs in the starting lineup. right? Gabe Vincent's going to be motivated. Jimmy Butler's going to be motivated. Bam is normally motivated, right? But this team is normally motivated. The coaching staff is normally motivated. Now Bam's got that secret sauce. And it's something that Michael Jordan carried around, and, he loved doubters. Those kind of cats, they love for you to doubt them. And they love to be disrespected. They might hate it at the moment. They might talk about it publicly, but deep down inside, it's the coal that's feeding that fire. And right now, they just threw in that oven a couple 100 pounds of coal. And that fire is burning hot. And this is the ultimate motivation. Bam, you want to show people you're the defensive player of the year? Take this team to the title. Make them look around and go, yeah, we picked the wrong guy. And that's what I like about this. It sucks for Bam because he gets disrespected. But it humbles him, not that he needs to be humbled. It motivates him, not that he needs to be motivated, but it does disrespect him and something that he doesn't want any part of. And so this is something that might be a little bit of an extra juice for Bam Adebayo, not just for this Hawk series, but moving forward. And say, okay, you guys don't think I'm the defensive player of the year? Well, I'm going to give you a defensive player performance every single night, leading this team to a title. And that'll be the way that maybe you can, raise your Larry O'Brien trophy. Who knows? You might even get the MVP. And then next year, when people are talking about defensive player of the year, they're going to go, hey, we screwed up last year. Bam Adebayo is the man. Let's make sure we put him there and give him the respect that he is due. So I'm going to be looking at Bam Adebayo and see how he responds to this latest diss for the next couple of months here. Hopefully, we're talking about a couple of months of a nice deep run for the Miami Heat. All right, 855-912-1056 is the Welt and Rayom text line. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button. For those of you that are watching, if you're listening to the podcast, please smash the like button. It is very, very important that you smash the like button. John says, I want the Dolphins to draft an everyday back, not a scat back like Isaiah Spiller or Robinson from Alabama. Pierce from Florida, Cook look more like scat backs. Problem is, John, they're not going to draft bell cows anymore. That's just not the case. They're going to use multiple backs. It's kind of like what I keep telling some of you out there with the whole Deebo Samuel love affair. They got Deebo Samuel already. They're just got it in all kinds of positions, and they're going to attack you, but with different guys doing the different things that Deebo Samuel does. So running backs, they're going to use all kinds of backs. So bell cows aren't necessarily that important anymore, at least not in this offense. I don't look at this as Tua's last chance. Greater good, grind the hope out of Atlanta. Be the badass, low down, dirty dogs. No hopium for the Hawks. Newfoundland says, for real opportunity, but unfortunately, he's probably only going to get this season. UQB would get a couple. Nah, it all depends on all of that. I'm going to one of our listeners sent me a text on the Welton Rayom text line. And I'm going to steal what he sent me. I told him I was going to use it. He didn't put a name on it. By the way, folks, when you put a name, man. Put a name on your text, put a name on your emails, put a name on your social media. Here on YouTube, we see names already because you have a name on your thing. But here I like actually on the YouTube, I like you guys to put your where you're actually, chiming in from, what city and country and all that kind of stuff. I think it's cool for that. But anyway, let me get to Tua because I did want to talk about this because somebody brought this up and it's super interesting. You know, um, why isn't it Kirk Cousins' last chance? I'm just wondering. Why isn't it Derek Carr's last chance? It's always Tua's last chance. And what I love about that is you make it sound like there's a franchise quarterback waiting to take over when you don't even know yet if you have a franchise quarterback or not in Tua. But you're already willing to get rid of the guy when he hasn't even been given a chance. Yet many players around the league, Matt Stafford over and over and over again in Detroit was failing, and he put up a bunch of stats. But you know what it is? If you put up stats and you don't win, somehow or another, that's all right. It's not a matter of complaining, but I don't know, almost 3/4 of the quarterbacks in the NFL, like how many more chances did Tannehill get? Right? I mean, there's plenty of quarterbacks that keep getting chances and chances and chances, and they don't get their teams over the hump. Of course, it's not down to the quarterback. Some of you make it out to be it's all on Tua. But I mean, if you look at the team last year and you think Tua is your big problem, and it's not your offensive line, it wasn't your coaching, it wasn't the running backs, then I can't help you. But we've got this hard on for, well, no, this is Tua's last year. This is his last chance. He's had enough. No, dude, Kirk Cousins has had enough. He's played with a real team around him, and they paid him a lot of money. Ryan Tannehill's had enough. He's played with a real team around him, and they've paid him a lot of money. Those people have had enough. Tua has not had enough. Tua hasn't even had a real chance like Tannehill, like Kirk Cousins, like Matt Stafford, who, by the way, was nothing special in the Super Bowl. He did enough for them to win the title. But Matt Stafford wasn't special, wasn't awesome, wasn't MVP-like in that game. They gave it to Cooper Kupp. So I see other teams around the NFL. I mean, Jameis Winston, he got another chance last year before he got injured, but he got plenty of chances in Tampa Bay, and all he did was throw it away. So I love how we have this whole thing. Oh, this is his last chance, last chance, last chance, last chance. Those of you that say last chance, I think it kind of shows that your lack of knowledge in football. Let me just insult the shit out of you. Because somebody that doesn't get a fair chance, but you now want to call it his last chance. Meanwhile, there are quarterbacks all over the league. Carson Wentz had a hell of a line and a running game. And everyone, dude, why did he choke like a dog? So why is he getting more chances and more chances and more chances? So, but meanwhile, the guy that hasn't had one chance yet, it's over for him now. It's just, it really is. It's truly amazing. The attitude, the lack of the ignorance. And listen, I'm the same guy that's been saying since last year, have I not? Just give Tua what Jameis Winston and Taysom Hill have in New Orleans. Just give Tua what Cousins has in Minnesota. Just give Tua what Matt Stafford has with the Rams. Just give Tua what Tannehill has had with the Titans for 3 years now, 4 years, whatever it's been. That's all I'm asking. But meanwhile, those of you out there that already judged the kid, gave up on the kid, don't want to see the kid play anymore, you're just dying for him to fail already. That's why you say last chance. So it's really amazing. But it's like there's so many other quarterbacks all around the league that have been playing for years with much better situations than Tua and the Dolphins. And nobody's saying last chance for them. But every talking head that comes out on ESPN or the NFL Network or a writer locally or you guys on the chat board, oh, this is his last chance. So why aren't you writing these articles about Kirk Cousins? Why aren't you writing these articles about Ryan Tannehill? In fact, I had some of you idiots actually thinking that Ryan Tannehill was a real quarterback, and you were coming after me. Where are you cowards now? Can't be found, right? Of course not, because you don't have the balls. See? That's why you can't do my job. Because you can't hack it when you're wrong. You hide like a little bitch. I'm here, right or wrong. Either way. But I love this whole thing about, well, it's his last chance. We paint him into this corner. It's like, I've never seen this. We treat this kid unlike any other quarterback that I've ever seen. We showed way more patience for a guy that didn't ever have it in Ryan Tannehill than we have for a guy that has it, but he has a whole bunch of other crap around him that he can't get over the hump because he's got a bunch of shit around him. He's in a sewer playing football. Now we're hoping that he's out of the sewer and he's actually playing with a real franchise. But no, it's his last chance. Meanwhile, half the league, nobody ever says about them, no, it's their last chance. No, it's Kirk Cousins talking about, I want to retire a Viking. You know, just crazy, dude. So that to me is the one of those things that I continually hear, and it just look around. You people make it sound like there's franchise quarterbacks lined up and ready to take over there. Okay, no, let's we're already ready to push them out the door because we want to get the next guy. And you might be getting rid of the guy that actually is going to solve your quarterback problem. Big O, Bradley Maddox says, I live in North Texas. How about Dak? Another one. Hell, he's had an O-line, weapons galore, okay year, I think. So glad that gas, all that new stuff around him. Yeah, he's another guy. I know he's had some injuries, but why don't they ever say last chance for him? And I like Dak, by the way. I think Dak can be an elite quarterback. Now, he's got to go out there and prove it. You know what I mean? But it's like, so I'm going to dump him like right away if I'm the Cowboys? No, dude. There's not like another guy sitting there waiting and it's way better. This is, again, nobody treats Tua like they treat the other quarterbacks. It's just the weirdest thing, dude. And he's not the kind of guy that should be treated like that because he's a classy young man. And it's just the weirdest thing in the world, bro, how there is this disdain for a young man who handles himself so beautifully and way better than any of us ever could handle some of those situations. I know way better than me. That's for damn sure. Eric Storm says a lot of football fans, especially Dolphin fans, it seems, who don't understand football. No QB has ever succeeded without a good team around him. Tua has been dealing with shit his first 2 years. Amen, Eric. Matt Street says also people that know how to evaluate talent realize Tua's talent. Already a star, potential Pro Bowler, could be a championship QB. I think he will be. If you give him the team around him, I think he can lead you to a title. People see what Joe Burrow did in Miami and think, why not in Miami? Of course. It's awesome, but they don't have Joe Burrow. They didn't have the number 1 pick. So what are you going to do? I love what I've seen from Joe Burrow. Who doesn't want Joe Burrow? Dude, we had Marino. No different than Joe Burrow. Same kind of guy. Moxie, arm, all that. Can make all the throws. Balls don't fit in the stadium. But he didn't have a team either. Build a team. Then you can find out if the quarterback's the guy. You know? Ian from Brooklyn says, Big O always got to make sense. Thank you, Ian. I appreciate it. Tungs, whatever Wolf says, I never came after anyone about Tannehill, but I did support him for too long because I never felt the overall team was very good to begin with. Tua is leagues beyond Tannehill. Yeah, mentally, it's not even close. All the BS social media driven. Hell, Herbert has already been put in the Hall of Fame by Mike Greenberg. Yeah, well, I mean, if you're listening to Mike Greenberg for sports, you know, I kind of feel for you, you know. Chucky says, "Are you drinking coffee again, Big O? You seem irritable." No, I've got my honey and lemon, and I've got my Fiji. That's it. And by the way, let me have a little honey and lemon so we get ready for a little Manny Navarro action here. So no, I'm not irritable, by the way, but I am defensive when it comes to Tua. That I am. I will admit. I'm a little overprotective of Tua. Yeah. You know why? I feel I have to be overprotective of Tua because I have to defend the over the top negativity against him. That's probably why I'm over the top on protecting Tua sometimes. I would admit that. I would say that's a fault of mine. Maybe I'm right, you know, in the end, because if he does start to ball out and become the guy, then people won't ever say anything again to me about it. But yeah, I'm probably a little protective of him because of it bothers me that he gets criticized too much. That's my problem. And for a lot of stuff that he doesn't deserve. Hunter Butler, thank you, my friend, for the love on the super chat. Very nice of you. We all know it's just a Miami stigma. Could be. Could be, man. Lenny Pena says, I love me some Tua. He's very mature for his age to deal with all the adversity and been able to have a winning record says a lot. Now he's going to show all these Tua haters what he's got. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I am with you. And that's going to make me really, really happy if he plays well. Not just because I'm a Dolphins fan and I want him to have a quarterback and I want him to win a Super Bowl and all of that. I pull for people like this. You know, I pull for people who don't quit, people who fight. I love that. I admire the hell out of that. The guy has titanium rods inserted into his ankles. The guy had a hip injury that probably would have crippled the rest of us, and we would have struggled to get up every day to just go to work. This guy is going to go play in the NFL. Played last year with fractured ribs and a fractured finger, and toughed it through. And he never quits. And he has all that negativity and all these people doubting him and the team trying to, you know, inquire about another quarterback. And the guy has been just steadfast, dude. I think he is absolutely built for this. I really am truly convinced he is built for this. And I've seen this guy. And his name is Roger Staubach and Fran Tarkenton and Drew Brees and Bob Greasy and Chad Pennington. And I've seen this guy over the years. And he looks like all kinds of different quarterbacks that I've seen that are Not the biggest guys in the world. Chad was a little bigger than all the other guys I talked about, but he had the same kind of arm and intelligence and craftiness. I've seen this quarterback before in the history of my lifetime, and I feel like he's going to fall in line with all those other kind of guys. The crafty, smart guy that knows ball placement, anticipatory skills, all of those kind of things. So time will tell. Now, I tell you about the overreaction of Tua. Well, yesterday I ripped on the overreaction of a stinking spring game. So we will talk to Manny Navarro in our Canes Where Miami Hurricanes report and the overreaction of a stinking spring game.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for Canes fans to get what they want. Information, insight, and perspective. It's the Canes Where Miami Hurricanes Report with Manny Navarro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Here's Big O and insider Manny Navarro.
A ride. How you doing, baby? You feeling good?
Doing great, man. How are you?
Can't complain. So all recovered. No stuff lingering from the COVID and all that.
No, man. I'm doing great. I've been feeling great the whole time. I was at the beach on Sunday for Easter with the girls out there in the ocean, swimming with the girls and having a good time, man.
Yeah, ocean water is good.
Yeah.
It's always good to clear up them sinuses. All right,
Yep.
good stuff. All right, so, dude, what the hell is wrong with some people? I'm, booing, and I'm getting DMs and tweets and texts. Oh, they were unorganized. Receivers count, same problems. I thought Crystal Ball was going to fix it. Some guy goes, "Why are we paying this guy $8 million?" I'm like, you morons! This is a spring game. He's not supposed to have everything straightened out. He doesn't have his. They act like he's been here for a year or two and been able to watch everybody play for a year or two and been able to filter in and out everything that he wants and doesn't want. It's like, I mean, what the hell are some people expecting out of that spring game on Saturday?
Oh, I don't know, man. I think this is why we're the experts, right? Because the reality is, I don't think people pay enough attention. I don't think they tune in every single day or read enough of what we're writing or what we're saying on the show. Because to me, I think the perspective is just always like, well, where is it? We got to see results right away. And it's like you had at least somewhere in the ballpark of 14 to 16 guys. And we've been saying this for over a month that didn't participate this spring because of injury, surgery. And these are guys that are going to be central figures for Miami this coming season. Guys that are going to be in the rotation. They're going to be playing in games. That's half your team, essentially. I mean, it's when you look at the two deep, it's, 15 to 16 guys is you play what? Between 35 and 40 a game, right? When you're with rotations and everything else. So, I mean, it's going to not look great. And it's also going to be very vanilla because it's a spring game. So I didn't even really, I mean, if you read my story in The Athletic, my coverage, I mean, I led with the recruiting.
Right.
To me, that was a much bigger deal in terms of what matters for the program. The fact that he's got all these 5- and 4-star kids from all over the country coming here to watch. That is the story. It's not what Tyler Van Dyke did. And whether or not his receivers caught a bunch of deep balls. The guy proved the last 6 games of the season last year. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the country. So I think, if you're sitting there looking at a spring game trying to make a judgment on where Mario Cristobal has the program after 5 months, then there's something wrong with you.
Yeah. 5 months and really no practices yet and no real games and nothing like that. And you're not really going to find out about these guys until we start getting into games. And, you even talked about it that, that offensive line isn't settled yet. I mean, it's just one of those things that it's still a work in progress. And the overreaction was so ridiculous. Did you get a lot of it too? Did you get emails?
Well, I had a lot of people who were like, it looked the same as Manny Diaz. And I said, well, I've been trying to tell you guys for a long time that you got to get better players at Miami. Like that's a given. The backups here are still the same backups that were here under Manny Diaz.
Right.
When you reach Alabama level, it's because everybody looks like a first teamer. Okay. Like everybody looks like they should be playing. And Miami hasn't been that in over 2 decades. So what should surprise you when we were already telling you there's a bunch of guys out because of injury?
Right.
They're gonna be like. So hey, listen, I try to speak to the intelligent people, the dummies who don't pay attention, that don't listen. I mean, there's only so many times I can repeat myself.
Right.
So
no, I get it. They don't understand that when George Myra's out the week of the bowl game. Well, here comes some guy named Bernard Tiger Clark, and you've never heard of him, but he's pretty damn good. He was just hiding behind the starter, and now you find out about him. It's just one of those deals. Yeah. Oh, Willis McGahee, he's going, oh, no problem. We got 3 other backs that are going to replace it. Those days were a different world, but that's what Alabama lives. That's what LSU lives. That's what Ohio State lives. And Miami is not. Hell, Miami doesn't have those kind of guys as starters, which is what you were just talking about. So now you want them also to have them as backups?
Yeah. It's comical. And there was a lot of good that I actually liked out of the spring game. I thought the first team offensive line, you had essentially 3 guys that are going to be starters for you. They did a good job protecting Tyler Van Dyke for the most part. The first team offense scored on 4 drives, and they were, good, long, lengthy drives, which is more of what Mario wants. Mario wants more
I think
ball
it was a few of the drops. And he wasn't like perfect either, Tyler Van Dyke. He had a couple.
No, he missed a couple guys. Yeah,
he missed a couple guys, but dude, that's why it's a spring game.
Right.
That's kind of the idea. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, he's got the chemistry with Restrepo in the slot. When Will Mallory comes back, you're going to have even more production from tight end, where I think they're stacked. I've been saying that for a long time now. I think tight end and safety are the 2 positions that you look at and you say, okay, that's high quality football. The receivers, I get it. You probably wanted him to hook up with Jacoby George or Keyshawn Smith, but the ball was there. Keyshawn could have had that 45-yard catch on the sideline. A couple of throws to Jacoby down the field were a little bit off, but it's a spring game, and you got to give, the kids on the defensive side where there's more experience, cornerback, give them a little credit. I mean, DJ Ivy's been here forever. Okay. He's been here forever.
This is his 8th year, right? I think. Right?
Yeah. He's his 8th year. He's covering a bunch of younger guys. You have, the Isaiah Dunson kid, I think he's been a nice sort of surprise this spring. I wasn't expecting it. I mean, Manny Diaz.
By the way, wasn't DJ Ivy recruited by Coker?
Yeah, he was recruited by Coker. That's right. But the Isaiah Dunson kid had a nice pass breakup in the back of the end zone on a pass that probably would have been caught by Michael Irvin, but not Frank Ladson. But listen, it's just you don't have Michael Irvin here. Okay, you have some other guys that left Clemson. And you have some other guys that
you had a guy last year that was Michael Irvin-ish in Rambo.
Right.
That guy was gone. Michael Irvin-ish, but he's gone.
He was Irvin-ish, but you got to replace it. Just listen, man. Talent to me is the ultimate deal here, and that's why Mario's here, because Manny Diaz was not going to recruit on a Mario Cristobal level. He just wasn't.
Well, that was the idea of that article, that something that Diaz wasn't doing, to have that audience of all those kind of kids.
Yes,
that's
Mario's got them there. I mean, there was a father, Jackson Howard. His dad played in the NFL briefly. He was a 2nd-round pick out of Stanford. He was there with his little brother on side. They were in Minnesota. Who the hell wouldn't want to be out of Minnesota and down here for the sun, right? But the kid literally, I mean, I was standing outside the building when all these kids were leaving, all these recruits were leaving from having their little meetings with Miami's coaches. And the kid walked out with this huge grin. And Jackson's father says to me, he says, we've been to 40 different schools in the last year. He said, this kid's smile is like, I sell houses for a living now. He says, this is the smile you have when somebody leaves a house that you know they're going to buy. He says, it's the same, and so, but this kid's from Minnesota. Manny Diaz wasn't recruiting. He's the number 5 tight end in the country. He's 6'6", 250 pounds. He's a freak. And Mario Cristobal calls him in December. Is like, hey man, we need to get you here. We want you here. We need you here. Kid, he's come down here twice. And now it's like Miami's really in a shot for him. That wouldn't have happened with Manny Diaz. That's the difference with Mario Cristobal. He will recruit nationally. Manny Diaz would try. He just didn't have the cachet Mario does. I mean, Mario's done it. He's done it a long time. He knows how to recruit these kids and to convince them. So to me, I left that stadium Saturday feeling like, okay, they've got the right coach here. They've got the right coach. Whether the wins come immediately in terms of ACC championships and playoff berths, that's another story.
I just want them to win the Coastal this year.
I think they can. It's not.
You should win the Coastal this year.
It's not the SEC West, dude. It's not the SEC West.
Right. Just win it and get to the championship game. That's a step forward. And who knows? You might be able to even win. I'm not demanding you to win the ACC championship game, but the one thing I am demanding is start winning the STAM division, bro.
Yeah, I agree, and I think he will with this staff. Look. There was enough that you saw out of this offense, even with all the guys out and the fact that they weren't throwing the ball deep, where you're like, you know what, Tyler Van Dyke in a must-win game, I'm probably going to take that guy 9 out of 10 times to win.
Yeah.
He's got the goods. He's got the goods. They've got. I mean, listen, man, they had 2 scholarship running backs in the spring. Okay, one of them got knocked out, got the wind knocked out of him. I mean, and their 2 best guys weren't even playing in that. The best recruit, the best of all of them, hasn't even gotten here yet. Trevante Citizen. He's going to be better than all of them. He hasn't even gotten here yet. Okay, so whatever, man.
Right.
People want to be pissed about the spring game, be pissed.
It's just so ridiculous. I just listen to that. And then obviously the recruiting side, which is, by the way, the Florida State folks a lot of egg.
That was a hell of a parade.
Yeah, boy. I mean, they made the Mims kid feel like he was going to be God. You know what I mean? He must have had an orgy in the middle of the field in the stadium or something too. Because I mean, damn, dude. You ever see the movie Johnny Be Good with Anthony Michael Hall back in the day? That Mims must have felt like Anthony Michael Hall, and then after that told him, nah. I'm staying over here, and he goes back to Georgia. Wow, dude, that was a bad look for Florida State, bro.
Well, especially the way they were celebrating. I mean, they were just making fun of Miami and saying, "Oh, look, the kid's not even going there. He's not going to go." And Miami coaches, when I reached out and I asked, they said, "Listen, he said he's going to come down and visit us." That's where they had left it. They weren't doing any parades. They're just like, "Hey, we'll see if this kid wants to come here once he gets here." Right. Florida State fans were like, "Oh, this is it. This is going to put us over the top. We're going to start celebrating around here. We're going to throw parties." It's embarrassing. They look like the Timberwolves winning the play-in game. It really was just like, okay, you're excited because a kid took a visit.
Right.
He has a sign on the dotted line.
It makes it look like what's it called? The dude that left Notre Dame, Chip Kelly, right? It's not Chip Kelly. It's Brian Kelly. Remember he did it with the recruit at LSU that they were spinning, and then the kid went. Where did he go? I forgot where he went after. But
he didn't go to LSU. That's for sure.
No, he didn't go to LSU. He went somewhere else. I forgot where he went. And it was just like, I think actually now it might have been Georgia. Actually, now I think it might have been Georgia again. But wow, man.
Listen, man.
All right, so out of all the guys that you saw on Saturday, give us besides the Minnesota kid, any other kids you think Miami has a real inside track?
Jonel Aguero, who was at Bradenton IMG Academy last year, he's a safety, went back home to Massachusetts this year to play his senior year. When we had I talked to all these kids maybe 5 or 10 minutes, before I didn't want to hold them up. They all wanted to leave and go wherever they were going to go. But the 5-10 minutes that I spent talking to him, he seemed really excited about his role in the defense. He just kept talking about, man, they really need me here. I need to be here. The things I could do in this secondary and this and that. And and he's a top 100, kid in the country, a safety safety DB prospect that I think, you look at how James Williams and Cam Kitchens and those guys are.
No, I was just saying they already got a couple of freaks back there.
Yeah, you want to be able to replace those guys in a year or two, because they're going to be gone. They're going into their second year. They'll be gone after year 3. So you need to start getting those guys, the Jonel Aguero kids, in tow to come over here. The other one was a big defensive tackle out of Kissimmee Derek LeBlanc, who I spoke to at the Under Armour camp in March. That was here a couple months ago. Actually, may have been late February, but whatever. He's always been very high on Miami. I think Miami, Florida, and Oklahoma are his 3 finalists, and he just talked about how much Mario Cristobal, what an incredible recruiter he is, and how persistent he is. And he says things how, he doesn't want me, he needs me, and the way he makes those guys feel like they're needed in a way that they have to come to Miami because it's not going to work anywhere else. Right. And it's just to see Mario work his magic. It's like, it's amazing. You're like, these kids would come here before. Oh, okay. When Manny and other guys were in charge, and they always left, and you would see their faces kind of like, it's kind of like now they're leaving with smiles stuck to their faces. And like this feeling of I have to be, it's just,
I want to be a part of it.
Yeah. It's an entire different mentality. And they still won 7-5 last year, right? Last I checked.
Yeah.
So how's he doing this? Like, how is he?
I think he's still doing it because the U has still carried its mystique, and it's just like Tennessee. No matter how down the Vols are, if you get the right person, you kind of feel you'll turn that program around, just like Texas, just like a lot of schools. And to UM's credit, they have turned themselves into what's considered a traditional power, but they're a traditional power that's down, like FSU, like Texas, like Tennessee, like Nebraska. But these are all dormant monsters. And so because of the history, I think that ghost is still there. And so it's almost like you can revive it at any time with the right people. And I think that's what's going on throughout the country in certain programs like that. And I think Miami is one of those programs, like USC and others, that have completely lost, their sauce, but they still have the mystique. And I think that's what it is, dude. I think they live off of that. And
I think
you can only live off of it for so long, but they've been riding it for nearly 20 years now. They've got to come back to doing something about it and reestablishing it.
Yeah, and I think the reality is just that it's so much more believable when your head coach has 2 national championship rings that he won as a player here and was a part of it, and he has this staff that just, the hires that he made, there's no question. Every player I talk to talks about Jason Taylor and Ed Reed and Hall of Famers, and
best staff since Jimmy Johnson. This is the best staff.
Yeah, and all you hear the kids talk about is that. They say it over and over again. This is the best staff. I want to come play for guys that were that that accomplished what they accomplished. I can trust them. The players need to believe it, and that's the difference here. Okay.
Yeah. That Butch Davis, Wanstead, Norv Turner, that staff, that's the best staff we've ever had here at the University of Miami. This is the one that can challenge it now. This is the second. Well, they're clearly behind them, but that staff, what is it? What's the guy? It's a senator now with the T. What's his name? He was part of that. He was the Auburn.
Oh, Tommy Tuberville.
Tuberville was there. Ogeron was there. That staff was sick, dude, back in those days.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So Don Solinger, Kehoe, all those guys were there. That was one of the great staffs. That is the greatest staff of all time. That staff that Jimmy Johnson built. That was a nasty staff. So I believe that. All right, what are you working on? By the way, folks, don't forget Caneswear, 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and get on down there. You can also order online at caneswear.com. $99 and over, you will get free shipping. All right, so get all your Inter Miami, Miami Dolphins, Miami Heat, Florida Panthers, Miami Marlins gear. You can get it there at Caneswear. Go to caneswear.com. What are you working on at the Athletic so folks can check you out, my man?
Well, news story posted this morning. Yesterday, I caught up with Mitchell Agude, who's the UCLA transfer. He was on the sideline Saturday with Jaden Phillips. They were watching the game together pretty much and talking for a long time. And so I was able to get Mitchell and Jalen. Jalen tells me this guy's going to be a stud here. You know, he's not as big as Jalen was. Jalen's, 6'5", 6'6", 270. This kid is more along the lines of 6'4", 250, but 38 quarterback pressures last year, fifth most in the Pac-12 conference, and he wasn't even in a pass rushing type role. He was more there to stop the run. He was 54 tackles, four forced fumbles, but still twice as many quarterback pressures than anybody on UCLA's team last year. And so it was a big get for Mario Cristobal with having to constantly rotate those pass rushers in there, right? I mean, it's great when you can get the Gregory Rousseaus and the Jalen Phillips, but you need depth at that position. And the pass rush on Saturday wasn't that great from the first line guys. But Jafari Harvey didn't play in the spring game. You had Thomas Davis, who's a second-year freshman, a really small little guy who's just jet fast, uses his speed to get around guys. But Mitchell will come in. He'll start opposite Jafari Harvey. You'll have Chance Williams in the mix. Potentially, Miami's going to sign more pass rushers here. I know that they're going to be hosting a kid from Maryland who was at Maryland last year as a freshman, played all 13 games, started one game. He's 6'6", 270. So they're looking in the portal for more help at the pass rusher position. But this story on Mitchell is good. He almost died when he was 9 years old. Skateboarding accident where that concrete, park out there in California. He's a California kid. Born to Nigerian parents, and just I wrote about his whole story and his relationship with Jalen Phillips and coming to Miami's expectations, his NIL deal with John Ruiz. He's got a brand new Cadillac. He's living in a nice apartment here. He's well set up here to enjoy South Florida life. So there's a whole story on him. There's a new podcast on him. I'm going to have another podcast later this week.
The Wide Right Podcast.
The Wide Right Pod, exactly.
Subscribe, bitches.
That's right. So, and then the USF story should be coming out tomorrow. The Wayward Programs. We just had another one on Colorado. We all remember how good Colorado was back in the day, right? They've fallen off. So a lot of good stories to read. Stuart Mandel has something brand new on NIL. All these, multi-million-dollar deals these high school recruits are signing across the country. There's 9 states now, that high school kids can sign NIL deals before they even, before they even leave high school. So the number is growing nationwide, which means the paychecks are growing nationwide to get these kids to sign with elite programs. So plenty of articles to read. And by the way, I got your information. Last week you gave me homework, and on Friday I forgot to mention to you the deadline for everyone to get in the transfer portal if you're in college already. Okay. Not if you sign over the summer as a high school recruit, but the deadline is May 1st. Okay. So you have to be in the portal by May 1st. Doesn't matter if you have a school yet, but you have to be in the portal by May 1st. So that's the deadline to watch as far as guys leaving, schools and becoming available. But that's going to happen a lot here over the next week. One other thing to know, I'm about 99.9% sure Caleb Johnson, the UCLA linebacker who visited Miami, is going to be committing to Miami probably Thursday or Friday. He's on a visit right now to Texas, but him and
I put him over the top, right? It was my recruiting, right?
It was your well. He wasn't in the car with us. He was.
Oh, it wasn't. Okay.
No. That's
he must have watched the segment. That's what it was.
Yeah, that's what it was. So I think I have a good feeling Caleb Johnson will end up committing to Miami, barring some stupendous change on his trip to Texas this week. So I think the Hurricanes are in a good position there. A lot of news, man. There'll be a lot to follow and watch in the weeks ahead as the transfer portal kids decide to leave, etc.
And you'll be breaking it as always, and we'll be talking about it here on the show, and you can catch him exclusively here twice a week doing his thing with their Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report. Manny, as always, thank you for taking some time, my man. Appreciate you immensely. We'll catch up later in the week.
All right, brother. Take care.
You got it. There you go. Make sure you follow him on Twitter, by the way, at Manny_Navarro, and subscribe to The Athletic. It's like $1 a month right now. It's like a joke, man. What can I tell you? All right, let's take a break. Give me a couple minutes. Let me get some honey and lemon, a little water, and a little rest. Give me 2 minutes, and we'll get ready for hour number 3 right here. By the way, Franco Panizo is going to join us too. He's going to join us here to start off hour number 3 right here on the Big O Radio Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hey, yes, sir. We're back and ready to rock and roll. Hour number 3 on the program, and we promised you we're going to talk a little football. And here's my man from the South Florida Sun Sentinel, Franco Panizo.
How are you?
How about that, man? Congratulations, man. Very well deserved.
Thank you. I've been looking for a while for a permanent home, and to find one after a pandemic, after a lot of hard work, was some good news. So I'm happy. Thank you.
Great news, and I'm happy for you because I know how hard you work, and you definitely deserve it. And I'm always supportive of your run here locally and doing your thing. So I'm always behind you, my brother.
Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it.
So really, really happy for you, my man. And I know you've gone through some tough times too here lately. So prayers for that.
Thank you.
All right, so let's get first of all, before we talk about the game tonight, let's talk a little bit about what's gone on with Inter the last 2 games. And I see you reporting on whether Higuain is on the pitch a little earlier than everybody else and all this other stuff. So talk to us. What's gone on? Is it really about injury? Is it something that this is a part of what's to come? Because I got to tell you something. I don't want to see Gonzalo Higuain on the pitch ever again for Inter Miami. That's just me. This team that I've watched the last 2 games, that's a fun team to watch. Even their mistakes are fun because they're fast and they're athletic and they run into those mistakes, which, you know what? You can correct those kind of things. But the athleticism is there. The speed is there, something they have lacked the first 2 years.
Yeah, so the team has won a couple games. They've won. To answer your question as succinct as possible, they've won. They won 2 games, one at home against the New England Revolution, one away from home against the Seattle Sounders. Gonzalo Higuain has not played a part in either of those games due to what was initially dubbed as a slight knee injury. Now, he is injured. Clearly, he's working with the trainer and separated from the group, not because he's in trouble, just he's been doing individual work with the trainer as he gets himself back to 100% healthy or as close to 100% healthy.
Oh, he froze. Franco froze. We got the FF now. Franco froze. He's froze. He's frozen. He's in the freezer. There we go. And he's still frozen. It's like the face hasn't moved at all. Even when you minimized it, we can see it under us. But not you guys. Sean and I can. And it hasn't moved at all. It's just there. He's going to have to reconnect here, which you got to love. Live radio, that's what it's all about, baby. A little live. We'll get Franco back. Remember, tonight, 7:30 over at FIU, it's going to be Inter Miami FC taking on, CF that is, taking on Miami FC in an U.S. Open Cup game. For those of you that don't know, we have a tournament called the U.S. Open Cup that all soccer leagues in the country, the lowest level to the highest level, they all battle for one trophy. And by the way, it's the Lamar Hunt Trophy, which, of course, yes, it is that Lamar Hunt from the Kansas City Chiefs, the late Lamar Hunt. He was a big soccer advocate. The family has always been a big soccer advocate. And so the U.S. Open Cup trophy is named after Lamar Hunt. So they battle for that. So obviously for Miami FC, this would be a hell of a thing for them to beat Inter Miami, tonight. So that would be good. In fact, a couple of years ago when I worked for Miami FC, they beat 2 MLS teams in the U.S. Open Cup run, actually, which was a lot of fun. That was a hell of a Miami FC team. I mean, they spent a lot. I think it was like an $11 million roster or something. And in the NASL, that is a crazy ass number. But But that's Ricardo Silva for you, bro. That guy don't mess around.
Yeah.
I feel, and I'm glad we have you back before we get back to the other stuff. Silva tried to take the MLS to court and tried to have, the promotion delegation, all that kind of stuff, which of course that's un-American. That's never going to happen in this country because we don't do that with any of our sports. You purchase a pro team, you're getting a pro team, not a minor league team. That's just the way it is here. But I will say this. That would have been the opportunity to really take soccer to another level if you would have been able to find 7 maniacal owners like him that would have been willing to spend. Because let me tell you, we haven't seen anything yet from Ricardo Silva. He can really spend money if he feels like it, and he just hasn't had that opportunity. But
never say never. Never say never. I don't know if never. Maybe not in our lifetimes. Maybe, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball.
Well, he hates salary cap. There's a guy that hates salary caps.
Well, no, hey, listen. Don Garber says,
I love it. That's the owner I love right there. I hate salary caps. That's the guy I want, bro.
Yeah, that's the football world across the world.
Right.
The world. Yeah, that's just how it's done. But to take a line from Don Garber, which is very PR like, but he always says never say never when he's asked about a lot of different things. So never's a long time is actually the words he uses as well. So maybe one day we can see promotion relegation. I know that USL's looking into implementing it in their structure.
Right.
So I mean, listen, if that takes off, if that draws more interest, maybe you never know.
Although I will say this, dude. The USL.
I'm all for it, though. I'm all for it. I'm all for promotion.
Of course, because you're a traditionalist. But I'm just saying it's not the American way. And that's just the way it is in America. We don't run our sports like everybody else. There's a pro league and there's a minor league. You can buy your minor league team, but that's what you're going to get. Your pro league, you're going to stay pro. It's just the way it is. We just don't do that kind of stuff. It's not normal in our structure of sports. Now, I will say this. I give the USL a lot of credit, bro. They are a marvelous organization. The way they have developed their league over the years, and they do a pretty damn good job considering it's minor league soccer.
Yeah.
They do a fantastic job of building the USL, man. I'm telling you. Impressive. I've been impressed.
Yeah,
all right,
what it is.
Yeah, considering what it is, and they keep it afloat, and they've been very fluid with everything from YouTube and all the other stuff that they've done. That they've done a really nice job of running that league and making it serviceable, at least. You know what I'm saying? So I give them a lot of credit. All right, so let's get back to Higuain.
Yep.
So we know he's injured. So we know he's trying to get back. What is Phil going to do with him? What's your gut tell you? Does he put him back and take the complete rhythm out of this team? Or does, like tonight, I would use his ass, that's for sure, against Miami FC. I'd park his ass down at the box and say, yo, stay there in that area. When we get you the ball, you can try, and that's it. That's what I would do with him. But you tell me, what do you think happens with Higuain?
So we've argued and debated this quite a bit on Miami Total Football Radio as of late. What happens? Jose Armando, who I think you might know, he's been saying that Gonzalo Higuain comes back into the lineup once he's healthy and readily available. He's not healthy and readily available for the Miami Clásico, so he will not take part tonight against Miami FC. But Jose is convinced that Higuain will come back into the lineup because of el peso que tiene, which is just the presence that he has in terms of his career, who he is, etc., etc. Steve Brenner and I do not think that was the case. I don't think that Phil Neville, after winning 2 games and seeing what the team has put forth without Higuain, is going to bring him back in. Because the team has functioned better without him. The team has played better, it has looked better, and it's gotten results. So as a head coach, maybe here and there you might give Leonardo Campana a rest if he's tired or whatever. He's dealing with a little injury.
I'm with you there. At the back end of the game, right. The 80th minute, 75th minute, I bring him in to give, or I'm down by 1, and I want somebody else with Campana back down there because to Higuain's credit, okay, as much as he's been a disappointment, he has set up some fabulous passes in the box for several people in the 2 years that he's been a better 10 than a 9. unfortunately.
Well, that's what
So
he's wanted to play lately for sure. So
yeah, I know, but he's really not that. It's just you're almost doing it by default because he physically can't play the 9
well, that's
in
so
this
that's
league.
exactly. So that's
That's
why
it.
I don't think he's going back into the lineup when he's healthy
I
and readily
agree.
available. Maybe
I
as a
agree.
spot starter here and there to give Campana a rest in certain moments, but until either Higuain raises his performance level or Campana drops, I just don't see how Phil Neville can make the decision to go back to Gonzalo Higuain from a soccer standpoint. And this is something I had a debate with Jose on the podcast this week. Is that I don't like Jose's opinion is that Gonzalo Higuain has to come back in because of who he is, and if he's not starting, how's he going to take that? How's that going to impact the locker room?
Somebody tell Jose, who is he here?
Well, so that's
That's what I would have told Jose. Hey, you living in Europe or you living here? Who is he here?
I just go from a soccer standpoint. Just go from a
Right.
soccer standpoint.
That's my point.
Phil Neville I cannot imagine that Phil Neville will say we have to put him back into the lineup because that's who he is and we need him in there because the team doesn't work well with him in there. It hasn't. And you just touched on something that look, he gets criticized for, rightfully so, but I think I think that it's not an excuse for him, but physically he's at an advanced stage in his career. He was never the most physically gifted player in his career.
He's too
He was a
slow
good
for
finisher.
this league.
Right. So now imagine now that he's older. I think part of it, you can criticize maybe the effort that he puts forth. Maybe he could give a little bit more, but I don't think he can give you that much more physically. I think that's just who he is at this point in his career. He's lost a couple of steps physically, and it's obviously in a league like this where it's very physically focused. It's going to impact in a big way. So, yes, you can criticize.
I'm tired of watching people steal his lunch, bro. He's like the kid that can't hang on to his lunch in school, and here comes the bully and takes it away from him. Why? Because he physically can't run, bro. He cannot run. It's
right. If his body doesn't respond to him in that way anymore, if the body can't give you that output, then that's what it is, and that's why I don't think in this league, with what you've gotten from Campana right now, I don't think he walks back into the starting lineup when he's healthy and available.
And I'll add one more thing. I hate to say this, but I have to say this. And you could tell Jose this. You need a finisher. Campana has proven to be more of a finisher than Higuain ever has been so far because he's ruined more opportunities than he's actually made. And that's one thing that's also stood out with Higuain, that time and time again, when he's had opportunities to close, he has failed miserably a whole bunch of times. And
I won't go that far.
Neville has to look at this and go, my ass is on the line. I need to win games. And this guy kills my offense. You can tell what he wants to do, and what he wants to do is what's more in this league. He needs to run, bro. He needs to be more of a threat, and they don't have that. Unless you do what they used to do with Lassiter's dad, Roy Lassiter, okay? Roy didn't come up to midfield. Roy stayed around the box, okay? And then Pibe would find him and set him up, whether it was in Tampa or here in Miami with the Fort Lauderdale Strikers, because I know Fusion, because I watched it. And Lassiter wasn't a guy that could dribble. Like, his son has way more skill than his dad, actually. Now, his dad was a really good finisher in this league. That I give him credit. He wasn't like Diego Serna, who was a truck and could go through 3 or 4 people and score the goal. Roy Lassiter could not do that. Roy had to hang around the box and wait for a 1-2 touch to finish it. You know what I mean? And that's what I would do with Higuain at the back end of a game, is finish. That's what I would do with him. But the problem is he hasn't been able to finish. And that's what I like about the Campana kid.
So,
maybe he's just getting lucky or whatever.
Hold on.
The kid finishes.
Hold on. He scored 3 goals in one game. He finished.
I know.
That was just one game. That's just one game. In the first game, in the very first game of the season, let's not have short-term memory here. There you go. First game of the season, Gonzalo Higuain set him up twice with key balls. He set up Campana twice, and Campana missed both of them. So, look.
But he's a young kid.
Fine, that's fine. But Campana's
a baby.
Campana's on a good run right now. And I'm with you that he deserves to be the number 9. And I think he starts tonight. I think he starts again tonight. On 3 days rest, I think he's starting again tonight. But let's not say that Gonzalo Higuain's a worse finisher. Because I think if Gonzalo Higuain had chances in the box if he, which is he's not doing, but if
I
he
just
stays
got to
in the
go
box,
by
I
what
think
I've
his chance is
seen.
better.
But I have to go by what I've seen. He's been a terrible finisher for the team, unfortunately. He's had a
missed some. You
lot of
make some, you miss some.
opportunities.
You make some, you miss some. That's the name of the game. Now, obviously, you want to make more than you miss, and especially when you're a $6 million, $7 million player like Gonzalo
That's
Higuaín
my
is,
point. Yes.
that's fine. I mean, but you're bound to miss.
Campana,
Bound to miss.
I expect mistakes from Campana. I expect him to not be a world-class player because he's a baby and he's still learning.
But
But
see,
that's what I like about this team, that they don't know any better, and they're playing their way into.
But see, that's where
they attack more. There's more chances. I don't know how much, if you've measured and you can tell me statistically if that's backing it up, but it just seems like we're watching this Inter team in somebody else's field more often, in their zone more often. They're constantly attacking. I love what I'm seeing.
So before I dive into the team aspect, I just want to say maybe that's where us on the outside, media fans, need to rearrange our expectations for Gonzalo Higuaín. Yes, he's a DP. Yes, he's getting paid $6 million a year. But if he physically is limited because his body just doesn't give him that anymore, then you can't expect him to produce what he used to produce, because he's not the same player. Where a lot of people, I'm not going to remove myself from this because I've done it as well, are judging Higuaín for who he was, not for who he is now.
Right,
Today,
like your boy Jose. Like your boy
exactly.
Jose.
And I've told him that. I've said, Jose, you're going off of the Gonzalo Higuaín years ago. 5 years ago, Gonzalo Higuaín is better than the Leonardo Campana of today. But if you compare Gonzalo Higuaín overall today to Leonardo Campana, I think today, this day and age, right now, on what's today's date?
For this league.
April 19th, 2022, right now, Leonardo Campana is a better player. Now, I have told Jose, and I will say it here, Gonzalo Higuaín's a more gifted player. He has more vision. He's got more technical ability. I still think if he's in and around the box, he's experienced. If he's in and around the box, I still think he's a more lethal finisher, but he's not in and around the box that often. Physically, he can't give you a whole lot in a league that requires you and is very physically demanding. He can't press. So there's a lot of things he doesn't do. So he can be all these great things with the ball, but if he doesn't give you other elements of the game, that does not make him a better player. That just makes him a more gifted player. Anyway, to the team's point, with Campana, they have a reference point, referencia, as we say in Spanish. They have that number 9 now in the box, and that's made them more dangerous because now when they attack, they have someone they can feed the ball to in the penalty area that can help finish chances, or that he has better hold of play than Higuaín. So you saw it on the goal against Seattle. He receives a pass from Robbie Robinson. He draws. If you didn't catch this detail, go back and watch the play of the goal again. He draws 3 defenders. That opens a space for DeAndre Yedlin. He finds DeAndre Yedlin with a very good pass. Yedlin whips in the cross. Robbie Robinson finishes it. So even when he's not in the box scoring, he's still making an impact, giving you the function and the responsibilities and the duties of a number 9, of a center forward, of a striker. Whereas Gonzalo Higuaín, as we know, has been dropping deeper. He's been looking to create more than finish, and that can.
And by the way, and to add insult to injury,
they haven't had someone to finish.
And to add insult to injury, he struggles dribbling in the open field because they take it away from him.
Well,
That's the other thing.
I think that just comes down to him being like, I need to win this on my own at times. I think that just comes down to him being like,
pass it, bro. Get rid of it. Don't turn it over. Damn it. I mean, it's just like one of those where that's what I'm saying. He's got to be a guy that is a 1-2 touch right around the box.
But
once
I feel
he
like
starts dribbling and trying to create, it's over for him.
I think he thinks he needs to carry the team on his back. That's what I think. How he's feeling the game was up until this injury. That he's feeling the game at this present time. That he needs to do more than is necessary to try to help this team win. And if that's how he feels, then that's going to take some work either from the coaching staff or from him. They need to fine tune that, because when he does play, there needs to be trust with teammates. They also have to perform when he's on the field, and you have to give him his credit, because at times when he's done his job, again going back to week 1, he set up Campana twice with very good opportunities, and Campana missed them both. So, you can't just only criticize Gonzalo Higuaín. I mean, you can by a large part, but you can't only criticize him. There's been times where he's done his job and others have not. So that all comes into play here. This is not a video game. There's a lot of elements here. These are all human beings that, they have different thoughts, different feelings. So it all comes into play. But the team has been more dangerous without him on the field, because now they have a striker there that actually does that responsibility, that role, occupies the defenders. It's no coincidence that the first 2 goals against the New England Revolution came from crosses from the wingers. You had a striker in the middle that could finish, and they set him up. That's how it's supposed to be. But with he drops back, drops deeper, you normally don't have that guy, that player in the box to finish things, and that obviously takes away from the attack. But they haven't been great on the ball. This last game they had 30. Okay, I can't give you the exact number, but they didn't have a lot of possession. It just looks they're more vertical. They have more verticality. They get into the attack more, and it looks more dangerous or more threatening because they have that number 9 in the box.
Yeah, no, and they got more speed. Lassiter and stuff has really added.
They have that speed when Higuain's there, and it doesn't look as dangerous. But that's
because he slows it down.
Right now they have that number 9 in the box that's actually occupying those spaces. So that's
all right. I got to let you go with this. A couple of years ago, I would have been worried about this game. Miami FC would have kicked their ass with Poku and the boys there. That would have been ugly. But obviously, that's not the same kind of roster anymore. And well, Inter's really young now too. So this is one of those games I still think could go either way. What's the prediction tonight?
Inter Miami wins by at least 3 goals. By at least 3 goals. It's just Inter Miami, from what Phil Neville has said and from the information I picked up this morning, Inter Miami is going with a very strong team. A very strong team. They're taking this seriously. They're taking this very seriously. This is a short tournament. If they can win a few games in a row, they have a trophy, and they're into the CONCACAF Champions League. That's something that they said even when Paul McDonough and Diego Alonso were here. In the first year, they want to get into the Champions League. It's an international tournament. It puts stage internationally. So it's something that they definitely want, and they know it's a quick way to win and to get on that international stage. So they're going with a strong team today. Phil Neville said as much yesterday. I've heard that they're going with a very strong team. Don't expect a lot of changes tonight. And I just don't see Miami FC matching that. Now, look, on paper, across the world in these type of cup competitions, I don't think anyone picks the heavyweight team to lose and any of the favorite team to lose in any of these games. It happened from time to time.
I did a couple of years ago because I was, Miami FC, and I said, yeah, we're going to beat Orlando, and we beat Orlando. So
right, so it can happen. And this
beat
game
Atlanta.
This game can go to
Atlanta. Then we lost to Chicago, and I was stuck in the
game can go to penalty kicks. This game can go to penalty kicks if it's tied. So it's not out of the realm of possibility, but my personal opinion, given how serious Inter Miami is taking it, they're coming out with all their weapons. They're going to win this game by at least 3 goals. Maybe Miami FC gets 1, and that's a consolation prize, and that makes it interesting for certain moments. But I just think Inter Miami's quality is higher, and that'll show. I don't have the lineups for the Orlando game. You watched that Miami FC won, but I imagine there were mixed lineups for the MLS teams.
Yeah, definitely.
Exactly.
Yeah. That Miami FC team was stacked, dude. It was
absolutely. So, but that's when an MLS team brings it down, then that can catch up.
Right.
I don't think Inter Miami's going to bring it down. I think they're going.
That was a freakish USL team or NASL team. All right, follow him on Twitter at Franco Panizo. Catch his work at the South Florida Sun Sentinel doing his thing.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you. All right, man. I appreciate you.
All right, brother.
Be good. There you go. That's Franco Panizo. We go from football to football and another Sun Sentinel man. Where's the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette? Anyway, Omar Kelly is next. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show is home for the hardcore Dolphins fan. That's why we give you Omar Kelly twice a week. Buckle up. It's time for the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins Report, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show.
Now we're ready to talk. I can turn on the mic there. By the way, it's land found on the text line. I can always tell new listeners. Big O talking soccer? What? Like I've been the only guy in radio for 30 years that's been talking soccer.
You have indeed been the only guy in radio for 30 years that has been talking soccer.
It's like a land found. You can always tell the new people on the show. Like,
Bro, that was so thorough and educational and enjoyable.
but I gotta ask you this: did you even know Franco Panizo was a coworker of yours?
No, I was just about to tell you that. I'm like, you're like, so you get finders work in the center. I'm like, what? Who? Like,
I knew it.
I wrote his name down. I'm like, I'm gonna call my boss. I'm like, where has this guy been hiding?
Well, they just brought him on because finally, remember, we lost our boy Kobe Price.
Yes,
Kobe's covering the Magic, and so Kobe was covering Inter, and he was doing FAU at the same time, and then they would use him for other things.
They moved him to UM.
Right, and they moved him to UM, exactly. Right.
So this is our Inter Miami cover.
Right.
Guy.
Yeah, and he's really good.
I am not a big, I'm not a big soccer guy.
Oh, I know.
I did see the what's his name, the muckraker who Billy Corbin. Yes. Did you see Billy Corbin's 2-minute thing about Miami's MLS stadium using
What did he say? What did he say?
About
the golf course you're talking about?
Yeah, to use David Sampson to basically explain how we're being, as Miami citizens, which I am a Miami citizen, we're being royally screwed again on this land deal for the Miami.
Well, here's the problem I have with that whole land deal thing. They never did anything with the land. It's a deadbeat golf course that 10 people go play. No, by the way, I hear a lot of the day judges go there, so that's where a lot of the stank comes from.
Listen,
they want to save the course for themselves, but overall,
no. That land is priority land. It would probably 3 times,
But they do nothing with it. They have
no. They're doing nothing with it.
And they weren't going to unearth and clean all the crap that's underneath, since it was
It doesn't matter. You could sell the land or lease the land for 3 times what they're selling it to David Beckham and his people for. And here's my thing.
But that's a story for every arena and stadium that's ever
absolutely. And I'm a big believer in sports welfare. And me and Billy Corbin, we fight and have issues about that. I grew up in the backyard of Carroll City. I don't call it Miami Gardens. My father and all of my community worked there when Joe Robbie Stadium was being built.
You don't call it East Palm Springs North?
I got my first job working at Joe Robbie Stadium and worked there all throughout my high school years. All of that community that you see around there, which is built on Indian land, and I know it's Indian land, it's Indian burial ground because I grew up there. So I know it's Indian burial ground, and it was always sand and lime rock because it's Indian burial ground.
Mm-hmm.
That whole community would not be there if it wasn't for that stadium. And now, fast forward, if you go to where the Marlins Park is and look at that community right now, it doesn't represent anything that you remember of that little Havana community, right? Correct?
And, no. Cubans have moved out of Little Havana. It's actually, I call it's Little Americas. Little Americas.
Yeah, and it is the hottest property right now. You can't go buy a house in that area or community in that area for probably less than $700,000.
Well, that's because they're going east from the water. They've been going east, and so that's kind of what they're doing there. What's that called? Gentrifying it or whatever.
No, it's gentrification, but the stadium is the centerpiece of that land and that community. And my issue, and so I've always been a supporter of public welfare, especially if you want to keep your sports teams. It was, do you want the Marlins? Yes or no? If you want the Marlins, you need to give public welfare in order to keep the Marlins. Now, I wish the deal wasn't as bad as it is, but it is what it is.
Well, but I don't mind a deal with a good owner like a Mickey Arison or Stephen Ross or Jorge Mas, you don't do deals with Jeffrey Loria. That's the problem. You got to pick and choose the people you do business with. Mickey Arison, he has his ships here, dude. It means something to him that Miami is good and that the arena looks great and everything. That's why they do everything first class, because Miami means something to Mickey. Just like the late Wayne Huizinga, South Florida meant something to him because he's entrenched here. And so is Stephen Ross. He's entrenched here. I know he lives also in New York, but he has lots of businesses here. So he cares about this community.
He lives in Palm Beach.
Those kind of owners are the ones that you can do business with. But you have to pick and choose, bro. The Loria one, you should have never made a deal with a scumbag like that, dude. That's the problem.
And then the Marlins would be the San Antonio Marlins.
Well, whatever, bro. And then you'll bring back another team. I mean, what the hell?
Hey, you're right.
The New Orleans has gotten multiple basketball teams, right? What the hell? Seattle will get a second basketball team.
You're right.
Hell, Atlanta got 2 hockey teams.
I don't.
They had the Atlanta Flames, which are the Calgary Flames, and then they had the Atlanta Thrashers, who then became, I think, is it the Nashville Predators? Somebody help me out there. I forgot. They moved them, and I think they became the Predators or something, something like that.
You're making a point. It's who you're doing business. I don't know the Jorge Masses, and I don't know the Beckhams and all of that.
No, but I know Mas. He'll spend. He's good. And he's Mas Tech, everything, dude. He's Miami. He cares about it. So you're doing business with somebody that is part of our fabric. That Loria was never our fabric, bro. He was never one of us, and that's the problem. You can't do deals with people that aren't us.
But my point is that Billy Corbin, you should see. I'm gonna send it to you. You should.
Okay, I'll check it out. It's on his feed. Check it out.
It's entertaining as hell. It's entertaining as hell.
It's Billy Corbin.
Yes, it is.
It's Billy Corbin. All right.
You should have him on to talk about it.
I will. I saw the I Am Athlete. But it was short Cap was short. It was just at the beginning there. I asked you something about this, and you said he answered it. He did not. You guys never asked him about the CFL.
Yes.
So I know, you guys talked to him about, you want to be a backup quarterback, which is so unrealistic. After all these years, nobody's going to sign him, especially to be a backup quarterback on top of all of that. In order to sign him, he would have to be good enough, and you feel that he's your starter, and he can be a franchise guy, so you can deal with all the crap. But you're not going to bring on the backup to then also deal with all the crap that comes with it.
I don't think there is all the crap. What is all the crap?
They will bring it up. It's not even if
for one press conference, what I found interesting. One, he addressed here. Let me explain this. We did a 35-minute interview. It was phenomenal. We always knew that whatever we did was going to have restrictions because the rights to his documentary has been sold to Disney. And it's being produced by Spike Lee. And in the contract, he's not allowed to have any sit-down interviews. Now, I don't know when he signed that contract, so that's not the reason why he's always been silent for 5 years. But Colin felt it was and Colin was convinced by Brandon that it was very important. If you really legitimately want to play and you want to have a chance and you see your window closing, if you really want to play in the NFL, you're going to have to speak. You're going to have to talk directly to the people and talk directly to these teams. And that's going to give you your only avenue. And which is the reason why after days of negotiations, we did get 8 minutes. And, but in the 35-minute, yes, he was asked about CFL, both Pac-Man and Ocho Cinco, who played in the CFL, said he did it. He enjoyed it. Why wouldn't you take that route? And he said, basically, I want to play at the highest level. I last played at the highest level. I believe I'm talented enough, and nobody has proven to me that I'm not talented enough. And it's true. It's true.
Not. They told Warren Moon he wasn't good enough.
Let me ask you a question. Is Colin Kaepernick right now better than Mike Glennon? Is Colin Kaepernick better than Mike Glennon?
Probably.
Okay. Done. Conversation is done.
Right.
Mike Glennon and Colt McCoy and Joe Flacco and Bro, I can name you some bum number 2s in the NFL right now that I can promise you Colin Kaepernick is better than. I can name you 4 teams right now he could start for.
Yeah, well, hold on a second. First of all, he can't run every offense. So he can't start.
But neither can Lamar Jackson.
That's my point.
So neither can Marcus Mariota. Neither can Baker Mayfield.
The teams don't
bring that up if you're not going to mention that half the league can't start every offense.
Wait a minute.
Neither can Tua Tagovailoa.
Hold on a second. Baker may not be able to play because of his talent, but he is a pure pocket passer. So he can play in any offense that's pocket passing offense.
They're about to draft the number 1 quarterback.
Or not, that's one thing or the other. But Colin Kaepernick is not a pocket passer. So
he's not a pocket passer. But half of the league is Field pocket passer? Justin Field?
Who? Justin Field?
Pocket passer.
He hasn't proven it yet.
All right, Marcus Mariota, pocket passer?
He hasn't proven any. Well, Marcus Mariota can't even stay healthy, and he's not
Malik Willis, who is about to be a top 10 pick, and
nobody knows what he is.
Is he a pocket passer?
Nobody knows what he is. He doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. But
and he's going to be handed a franchise.
That's my point.
Right now.
You can't compare him to other sorry ass quarterbacks that are also in pocket passing offenses, because those sorry ass quarterbacks fit that offense and Colin does not. So Colin can only fit in certain offenses. And here's the other thing.
That's not accurate. That's not accurate, fair, or reasonable, or smart.
Here's where I would have roasted Colin Kaepernick, and I would love to sit down and talk to him, because this is the millennial bullshit that goes on. What, is he above to go to the CFL? That's what I would have told him.
Yeah. In his mind, he is.
So then I would have told them, hey, Colin, wake up, baby. You're nothing like Warren Moon. You can't hold his jock.
Bro, nobody's playing in the CFL. Nobody's playing in the CFL. You can't name me the Dolphins quarterback who played in the CFL.
You're not Cam Wade.
No. This
You're
is
not better than Joe Theismann. You're not better than Jeff Garcia. You're not better than Ricky
That's
Williams.
a totally different era, bro.
You're not better than all these
Name
athletes.
the Dolphins quarterback on their roster right now that made his career in the CFL.
What?
Name the Dolphins quarterback who is on their roster right now who made his career, who made his name.
I can name you Mark Dixon and Cam Wade.
No, I'm talking about the one that's on their roster right now.
It doesn't matter. That's that's irrelevant 5 years later.
Okay, so you wanted him. No. That was 2 years ago.
Do you know how ridiculous it sounds when I watch you and the other 3 guys standing around this guy, and you're talking about a chance now? That's ridiculous. Nobody's going to give this clown a chance at this point in time. It's 5 years later.
Why?
He's a quitter, bro. He's not Warren Moon. He's
When did he quit?
Quitter, bro.
When did he quit?
He quit because he knew he can be a poster child instead.
No, when did he quit? Tell me, when did he quit? When did he quit? When did he quit?
When he got cut. That's it. When
he didn't. He didn't.
5 years ago. 5 years ago, he quit.
No,
5 years
ago. He actually let the 49ers out of his contract with another team.
Not very smart. Not very smart.
Yeah, he wasn't very smart. And I certainly wouldn't have done it. You know, he's left $100 million on the table.
He's getting it back from Nike and all this other stuff. That's
why he's not. He's not making $100 million from Nike, bro.
Don't
do that. Don't do that. See, people make up, and that's the thing. People make up information. He's making $2.5 million from Nike a year. Does that make up $100 million?
No, but what I'm saying is,
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. There's no money in what he does. There's no money.
My man, it is 15 over the last 5 years. And what's he getting from Disney for his documentary?
I don't know that. Does it equal $100 million, which is what he?
My point is,
on his contract.
My point is, if he didn't leave $100 million, he left one year. It wasn't $100 million.
He left $100 million on his contract when he was released. 100 million.
Omar,
I'm telling you fact. You're
Omar,
guessing.
was that money
You're
guaranteed?
speculating.
Omar,
I'm
was that money
you.
guaranteed? Was
Okay,
that money
it doesn't matter if it was guaranteed. Look at the quarterback. Look at the quarterback landscape.
You talk about contracts that aren't guaranteed, that don't count the money.
Look at the landscape of NFL quarterbacks.
That guy was never going to make, bro.
Chad Henne, tell me, you want to know how much money Chad Henne
No.
as a bad quarterback?
No, don't bring up other names. Bring up the fact that he's an effing quitter. That 5 years ago,
when did he quit? You're factually talking bullshit. When did he quit? What day did he quit football? What day did he say, "I'm not"?
5 years ago. 5 years ago.
No,
he's never played again.
He been blackballed, and the NFL settled the lawsuit because they blackballed him.
And he could have gone to the CFL.
How do I quit something that you're preventing me from doing?
Omar,
you paid me money, acknowledging that you prevented me from doing.
What's the difference with Warren Moon getting cut and go to the CFL, Omar? They told him you can't.
Well, you're so caught up in the CFL. You know how many? Okay.
You know why? You know why I'm caught up in the CFL, baby? Because
you have a small mentality, right?
Can I finish here?
Yes.
If you care about your dream, you keep it alive. But the coward knew he wasn't going to be a real NFL quarterback in the end. He had his little run like Nick Foles, like Joe Flacco. That's all he had. He's a run. He wasn't a stud. He had a run. He had a run.
He's not a run. He was Lamar Jackson before Lamar Jackson.
I'm sitting there watching Chad Johnson kiss his ass like he's the second coming. Nothing, dude. He's nothing more than Nick Foles. He had a run, and it's over. If he had any balls, he would have gone to the CFL like Warren Moon, built up his career, and would have stuck it to the NFL because half the league doesn't have a quarterback. Half the fan base would have been crying,
we disagree.
Get that guy out of the CFL and bring him to us. And
we disagree because it doesn't matter what he does.
Colin Kaepernick, if he would have kicked ass in the CFL, but because he doesn't have the balls and the character to go up to the CFL to prove himself.
We disagree.
He wants
you know why players don't go to the CFL? Because it's a bad business league.
He wants to be given something that he hasn't earned.
What has he not earned?
And earn it.
What has he not earned? An opportunity to play in the NFL?
Yeah, to be a starter.
Team to the Super Bowl.
I don't care about this backup crap. Who cares about
Mike Glennon has earned that opportunity, right? Joshua Dobbs has earned that opportunity.
That's my point. Why didn't you go to the CFL?
Let me keep playing this game with you. Let me keep playing. Mason Rudolph has earned that opportunity, right?
Yeah, they have.
Joe Flacco has earned that opportunity, right? Joe Flacco.
Omar,
here's my point. Here's my point to you. Listen to this. There are
quarterbacks
now that start in NFL games where if Joe Flacco or Mike Glennon, and you talked about it, how the Dolphins beat up on a series of trash booty quarterbacks. There are so many trash booty quarterbacks in the NFL that you absolutely know if my team plays them, this is a W for me.
That's right. And by the way, Colin Kaepernick ain't bailing you out of shit. That's the problem.
I disagree with you.
That's the problem. That when I saw that interview, I kept laughing at it because
you haven't seen it. You haven't seen it.
Like
you haven't seen him
coming, and
you haven't seen him. He's
it's the funny part is you guys have more confidence in his ability than he does in himself. That's the amazing part.
No, we just disagree.
My brother, when you have confidence in your ability, you don't allow somebody to tell you no.
Okay.
You overcome it.
And he's worked hard to not allow the NFL to tell him no, and they flat out told him no.
And the NFL told Warren Moon no, and he came back and stuck it to the NFL. And back then, a black quarterback was even lesser.
Bro, you're bringing up something from 30 years ago during a racist era of football.
It makes it a little harder. Makes it a little harder.
But that's a completely different. That's a completely different core.
No, my man.
Then is not the CFL now. Let's not pretend like it is.
If you believe in yourself,
bro, that's stupid. Your thought process and your rationale is stupid because it's funny. All he's asking for is bring me in for a training camp as a camp body. Everybody's going to have 4 quarterbacks.
Why the hell should they? He's been out of football for 5 years.
Because he's better than half the quarterbacks that will be there as a camp body.
Nobody knows.
Do you want to win or not? Do you care? Do you care?
No, I don't. No, I don't give a shit about him at all.
No. I didn't ask you if you give a shit about him. As your team, do you want?
Listen, he's a quitter in my eyes. So why would I want a quitter in my eyes?
Because you don't believe in facts. That's why.
No. I believe in.
Trust me, he's better than Jacoby Brissett.
I believe in.
No question about it. No question about it. Everything about him was better than Jacoby Brissett. Now that I think about it, so way more athletic, way better.
But the only problem is Jacoby Brissett is more dedicated to his craft than he is.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure.
Warren Moon was dedicated more to his craft than he is.
Sure, okay. You want to believe in fiction, you go for it. Like I don't.
People have been told no.
I could say
had to go to minor leagues. They had to go overseas and play
basketball. There are 96 quarterbacks that are going to be on NFL 53-man rosters. He's easily top 50. And that's not even counting all the people who are going to be camp arms or camp bodies, all the Brandon Downs of the world.
Unfortunately, you can't be a musician when you're not actually playing music. You
Chase Daniels of the world.
When you actually don't play
Marcus Mariota's of the world. Like, bro, he could go to Atlanta right now and beat Marcus Mariota probably with a.
No, but unfortunately, he gave up on his career.
Everybody is not interested in winning. Everybody is not interested in having
unlike Marcus Mariota, who has bounced around several teams and been told you're not good enough, but he still fights it. Unlike Tua, who busts up a hip and still comes back.
CJ Beathard. I'm sorry. You can name so many crumb quarterbacks.
Alex Smith gets his leg crushed, and he loves the game so much that he rehabs just to come back to prove again he can play the game.
Like, bro, you can't like keep bringing. I could drown you with mediocre, horrible quarterbacks like Cooper Rush,
and you're mostly drowning. You're mostly drowning me with political nonsense that kept him out.
Brandon Allen. Like, if you're saying that he doesn't deserve an opportunity to compete in a training camp, the mythology that's been out.
He doesn't play football. He doesn't play football.
The mythology that's been out there.
Omar, you get cut and you go to another league, Omar. That's what people do to keep their dream alive.
He hasn't wanted to play for. He hasn't wanted to be a backup.
In the CFL.
He wasn't been willing to play for the minimum. He extinguished all that. He says, I will be a backup. I am willing to play for the minimum.
But once you get blackballed,
that's the perception that people put out there. Assume to feed people like you who want to. He doesn't deserve the opportunity. And
Omar, he was blackballed, right?
Yeah,
he was blackballed. How do you beat blackballed? How do you beat it?
How
do you beat it?
Suing them.
Huh?
By suing them.
Oh, really? Did that get you on the field, Omar?
No.
You lost. Okay. So
no, you won. You won. They paid you a multi-million-dollar settlement.
I get you, my brother. You have a hard time taking an L when you're wrong.
No.
I get that. Okay.
Did he not get a multi-million-dollar settlement from the NFL?
When somebody doubts you, you go prove it to them somewhere else.
Okay.
And that's lots of other players, musicians, actors, all kinds of people. Oh, you can't be in A movies anymore. You can only be in B movies or TV. Well, then you go and kick ass. You try to win a Tony, and you make your way back to the movie.
If you say so, there's no.
That's not what I say.
There's absolutely no reason.
That's what I live every day, my brother.
There is absolutely no reason that an NFL team has an ad.
But I don't work on local radio. But I keep it alive, right?
There's absolutely no reason an NFL team has to say we won't bring you in for a workout, or we won't give you to a minimum contract because we got Case Keenum or Brandon Allen on our roster.
That's their right, bro. That's their right.
There's no reason.
No,
right.
there is a reason. They own the team. You don't.
It-
So the way you do it is you go to the CFL, you kick ass, and
even
half
then, the naysayers will
wants
say
back.
it wasn't good enough.
Yeah,
Even then, the circumstances. Oh,
so you
they'll
think
change-
so
they'll
you think
change
if he goes so wait a minute. So you think if he goes to the CFL and balls out, he doesn't force his way back?
I don't think there's anything that he can do. Me personally, I don't think there's anything that he can do.
No, you said suing. No, you said suing, bro.
I mean, suing gets you the money.
No, you said suing would get him back.
If I sue you to prove that you're blackballing me from being in your league and doing something, and you settle it, it's kind of an acknowledgement of guilt. Everybody knows he's being blackballed. Every single body knows he's being blackballed. It's not even debatable.
By the way, you think he's
Here's the point.
Is he the first person to be blackballed? Plenty of people have been blackballed and shunned and whatever in society for one thing or another, and then they find a way to get back. Plenty of people
trying to find a way to get back into the NFL. He disagrees with your route.
Dude never fought back. Never
fought back because he chose not to play in the CFL, right?
Right. Exactly. Exactly. That's where you go to keep the dream alive, and he didn't want to keep it alive, my brother.
Name me 3 CFL players right now. Name me 3 guys that come from the CFL outside of Cameron Wake.
Joe Theismann, Warren Moon, Jeff Garcia, Mark Dixon.
I'm talking about
that's 4. That's 4. Huh?
From this era. I
don't care about this era, Omar.
Yeah, you can't even name
Omar. Arguments aren't about your convenience, my brother. They're about facts.
Okay.
The facts
the
are
fact is going and playing in the CFL does not write his ticket back to the NFL. The fact is going and playing in the CFL does not write his ticket back to the NFL. It just does in your imagination because you want to create another line, another.
No, it's not. The facts are people have gone to the CFL to come back and make it to the NFL.
Okay, and the facts are that your reasoning that he needs to go do this to prove that he deserves to be in the NFL, that doesn't prove or open the door.
Okay, I guess he's better.
It does not.
I guess he's better than Cam Wake and Warren Moon.
It does not. Yes, you know why? Because the last time he legitimately played, he was leading the team to the Super Bowl. They didn't.
No, that's fine. They
didn't.
Nick Foles.
The last time he had a 29 and 30 record as an NFL starter. He's got an 88 career passer rating.
Yeah, and Nick Foles won a Super Bowl. That does nothing for me, bro. A flash in the pan for a couple of years does nothing for me, man.
If you employ people in the NFL that are worse than me,
it was a window.
If you employ people in the NFL that are worse than me, and you choose not to even look at me, I'm assuming it has way more to do than my ability. So
you force
them and me going to the CFL and playing on a roster with different rules. All they'll do is sit there and make whatever excuses they'd like to make to say,
they will. If you're a quarterback and you're kicking ass, the NFL is going to sign you, bro, because half the league doesn't have a quarterback.
That's not true. That's not true.
You would have given up just like him.
Okay. In your mind, because we don't agree with your line of thinking, it's giving up. Yes.
Of course, because I'm not a guy that gives up.
Okay.
I'm a guy that fights all the way to the end. I didn't see him fight, bro. Hell, you know what? While everybody was doing all their protesting, I didn't see him front and center in these protests either. He doesn't fight.
Why did he need to? He answered that. He answered that in the show. Why did he need to participate in the protests? Why?
Maybe because you're the face of it.
He didn't make. Did he make himself the face of it?
I'm just saying, you're the face of it. You did make. Yes, by kneeling and starting it, you made yourself the face, Omar. So unfortunately, see, the problem is you allow him to get away from responsibilities. And if you're going to be a real leader of that cause, then you got to be front and center. Like,
and who says he hasn't been working for that cause?
You're front and center.
if you watch the whole segment and you hear Pac-Man ask him, why have you been so low key? And he says, the reason I've been so low key is to kill that narrative that, hey, if we sign you, you're going to be a distraction. You're going to be, on this crusade.
And you believe that he believes that?
And you're gonna be a detriment to the team. He addressed that. He's like, I've been doing what I've been doing behind the scenes for 5 years. Nobody's heard about it.
This guy gets
Nobody's heard about it. Nobody's seen it. But I'm still able to do the work. But I've been low key with the hope that some team would say, "Hey, he's not going to be a distraction." But that didn't change the narrative. That hasn't changed the narrative because people keep moving. People like you keep moving the line. Whenever you do
I don't move the line at all, bro. I've kept the line in the same place. I'm going to move the line 6 feet further. You're a quitter. You didn't really want to be a
quarterback.
I quit.
So I have to go play. So he has to go play in the CFL.
And when it comes to fighting for a cause, everybody fought for the cause except him.
So he has to go play in the CFL for him to deserve a chance to play in the NFL, right?
Yeah, that's right.
In the NFL.
Because he's not better than Hall of Famer Warren Moon. Because he's not better,
than Brandon Allen.
Honor Cam
he's better
Wade.
than Joe Flacco. He's better than
I'm saying
he's better than
you don't understand.
Cooper Rush.
You don't understand.
He's better than
No.
He's better than Tim Boyle. You know who Tim Boyle is for?
I'm not talking about talent.
Number 2 in the Detroit Lions. No, has an excuse.
You're rattling on and talking stuff that has
Sam Eglin.
I'm not talking talent. I'm talking human being.
Royce Freeman.
Warren Moon.
I think he's showing you that he's a stellar human being.
Bro.
I think he's showing you that he's a stellar human being.
Men fought for what they wanted. Warren Moon fought for what he wanted. The coward Colin Kaepernick went hiding. Colin Kaepernick is nothing.
Hell, Marcus Mariota, that's 40%.
A coward that hides
behind
a cause. And everybody else fights for the cause except the coward, Colin Kaepernick. He has in my book, he has no cojones.
Kellen Mond, who I actually like in the draft process.
Colin Kaepernick is the kid
Minnesota Vikings backup,
and he goes home and cries like a little bitch.
Mike Glennon.
That's Colin Kaepernick. Colin
Kaepernick can do exactly what Taysom Hill is doing in the NFL.
He's a Hall of Fame quitter is what he is.
I said Joe Flacco.
Don't give him any more breaks.
Mason Rudolph. What about Kyle Trask?
You keep worrying. They play
Geno
football.
Smith.
They play football. They play
Geno
football.
Smith. Can I get a Geno Smith?
Colin Kaepernick.
Can I get a Geno Smith? Geno Smith was garbage in the NFL last year.
And he plays football.
Can I get a Geno Smith who's competing in the Seattle Seahawks?
He plays football. He plays football.
You tell me Colin Kaepernick can't be out Geno Smith.
What's Colin Kaepernick playing?
I watched Geno Smith and Colin Kaepernick practice. You telling me
you haven't watched Colin Kaepernick practice
here in South Florida?
Having him practice with a bunch of out of shape players is not practicing.
He was practicing with Jarvis Landry. He was practicing your boy Jakeem Grant, David Njoku. Like
Jakeem Grant was there.
Yes, Jakeem Grant was there. Yes, Jakeem Grant catching deep balls. So.
So did you congratulate him?
That's the problem with the media when it comes to Colin Kaepernick. They make up fiction. They say that in their little story, and they repeat that, hey, Colin Kaepernick turned out an offer because he wouldn't be a backup in Seattle. Colin Kaepernick's turned out an offer because he wouldn't play for the minimum. All of that he addresses fact.
I know because he's too good for it.
None of it's fact.
He's too good for it. He's too good for it, bro.
None of it's fact.
He's too good for it. He's not good enough to do the things Warren Moon did, bro. He's above that.
Yeah, he's
a pedestal.
Bro,
he doesn't belong in, but whatever.
Do we need to go? Tyler Heineke. I'm saying maybe he's 50-50.
Hey, listen, if Colin Kaepernick wants to strap on his little thing, he comes and does an interview with me.
What side?
And I'll put his ass in a corner. I'll have Colin Kaepernick crying.
Big O. Who is Logan Woodside backup for?
Okay. When Colin Kaepernick wants a real interview, he comes here.
Tannehill's backup. Logan Woodside. I want to educate you. Logan Woodside.
You keep talking about talent. I don't care about talent anymore.
Exactly.
I'm not worried about that.
And then when your quarterback
players that actually play football. And
then when your quarterback gets hurt,
doesn't play football. He doesn't
play
football.
Your organization and your team's a walking L because you don't have a backup of Colin Kaepernick's caliber. You say to yourself, "Oh well."
Who's Colin Kaepernick, bro? He's only great in your eyes, dude.
Okay.
He's only great in your eyes.
There's a select amount of quarterbacks in the NFL.
He was actually great.
$100 million deal from an NFL team.
Somebody would want him, bro. Nobody wants him.
Probably maybe 20 quarterbacks in the NFL.
PR machine, bro.
Not even Ryan Tannehill got $100 million deal. I don't even think he got $100 million on his second.
None of it is guaranteed, Omar.
Okay.
None of it is guaranteed.
There's a select amount of quarterbacks in NFL history that ever got $100 million deal. Colin Kaepernick's one of them. $116 million over 5 years.
I don't care.
Somebody wasn't good.
That does nothing for a quitter. No, does nothing for a quitter. That moron left his last year on the table.
Did I mention Blaine Gabbert? Blaine Gabbert.
Yeah, the guy that beat him out. I know that has nothing to do with it. I don't care about that stuff. They actually play football. Colin plays with himself. That's what he's been doing for 5 years, playing with himself. Last time I checked, when you stroke the lizard, that doesn't get you anything in the NFL. Stroking the lizard doesn't get you an opportunity in the NFL, Omar. Playing with yourself doesn't get you anywhere. But because he doesn't play with others, guess what? He doesn't play with others.
Sam Eichler, that Linger.
No, I know. He's too good of a human being. He's way better than Warren Moon. He's above going to the CFL. You and Colin Kaepernick just shed the light. That's all it is. It's a little millennial bullshit that they don't want to pay their dues.
Still cashing them NFL.
Chad Henne plays football every year and is dedicated. Colin Kaepernick is not dedicated to football. He bullshits people like you and the other 3 guys that were interviewing him about this crap. That's what he does. He fools people about wanting to play football. But
no, he's being blackballed.
He doesn't have the cojones to play football.
Let me ask you a question. Why hasn't an NFL team just actually brought him in for a workout?
It's called PR.
Just to see. Why hasn't
just a little PR is what they do.
He's walking the face of the earth, able to throw the ball 70 yards. Still runs a 4.4. Why hasn't a team?
I think Jamarcus Russell on Purple Drank can also throw it for 70 yards, bro.
That's true. That's fact. You're right. But Jamarcus Russell can't run a 4.4. Why hasn't he?
Can't run an 8.4.
Why hasn't anybody brought him in for a workout?
He doesn't play football. Where's the tape? There's a tape of him, but it's probably masturbation, not playing football.
Chase Daniels
plays football. They all play football. They're all dedicated. They're all dedicated to their craft.
Brian Hoyer.
Yep, they're all dedicated. They'll go to the CFL. They'll go to the XFL. They'll go to the UFL. They'll go to the AAFL. They'll go to all the leagues. But he won't.
Joe Flacco, who I know is trash, right? And I'm a Joe Flacco fan. You know I've been a Joe Flacco fan.
Joe Flacco went 11 touchdowns, no interceptions, won a Super Bowl, and is dedicated to his craft.
Mason Rudolph.
Unlike Colin Kaepernick, not dedicated to his craft.
Kyle Trask. Geno Smith. That's the one that really sits with me.
Don't pick on Edison's finest. What's wrong with you?
Listen, Logan Woodside
plays football. I'm just telling you, there's no tape.
He's got to give an opportunity. He's not blackballed.
Colin Kaepernick throwing it to Chad Johnson, who's retired. That does nothing, bro. There's nothing. Go actually play football.
On the,
play real football, and then maybe. But now it's too late. All of you have to stop in the media with this story. Kill the story already. Colin Kaepernick will never play in the NFL. He chose not to play in the NFL, and now at this time, it's way over. He'll never play in the NFL. I mean, please, can we stop already? It's like the craziest thing.
His name is Chris Strevler. Chris Strevler. He's the Dolphins quarterback who spent 2 years in the CFL, just so you know. Just so you can educate yourself. Since you're such a big CFL fan. And
I'm just saying.
You don't even know his name.
You do whatever it takes to keep
you do whatever it takes. It's South Dakota's finest. I don't know what CFL team he played for. You might want to ask your fans for that, so that you know.
I'm sure. But by the way, not that I keep up with it, but I'm sure there's 2 or 3 guys right now in the NFL that played in the CFL and got back here one way or another. I'm sure there are.
Played in the CFL and got back. Yeah, they're 3. They're
because if we've had them, we're gonna have a guy in the Ring of Honor from the CFL. Okay,
who's in the Ring of Honor?
Cam Wake is going to the Ring of Honor. Seriously? Did you just say that? I didn't say Hall of Fame. I didn't say Hall of Fame. I said Ring of Honor.
I know. And I'm a big supporter of that. I've brought that stuff. If Cam doesn't, Rashad Jones
how are you going to tell me Cam is not a Ring of Honor guy, bro?
I'm not arguing with you.
Okay.
I think he's a Hall of Fame. You put his CFL numbers.
I don't know about Hall of Fame. That might be a little different.
CFL, it's the football Hall of Fame, not the NFL Hall of Fame. Put the CFL.
I get what you're saying, but because of
it is a football Hall of Fame, not the NFL Hall of Fame.
I know, but I look at him more as a sack artist than I do a
put the CFL. It is the CFL.
The Hall of Fame one the Hall of Fame one is a gray area, but he is definitely Ring of Honor. Definitely.
I hope so. Why hasn't it been done then?
I don't know. Do they wait a couple of years?
I don't know. I gotta work that up
because it's only been 2 or 3 years, right? 3 years.
Rashad Jones is a Ring of Honor player too. Rashad Jones has safety records.
Yeah, no, I have no problem with Rashad Jones. I have no problem with Rashad Jones, but I'm just saying Cam Wake is a CFLer that's in the Ring of Honor. So that's all I'm saying. CFLer. Okay, that's all.
Sam,
all right, what are you working on the Sun Sentinel that isn't a Colin Kaepernick story?
Chris Strevler. I'm going to do profile on Chris Strevler since Bigo's such a lover of the CFL. I'm going to demand that I sit down and talk to him.
Damn right.
Quarterback.
Damn right. And I want to read about the origins of the Grey Cup.
It's about Chris Grove's press conference tomorrow. Your Tuanon is going to be in an uproar because I'll probably write we're also talking to Tua Tagovailoa, and I'm interested in what his tone will be and how he'll sidestep every question. And I'm primarily interested in what is he going to do to step up and become a better leader. That's one of I
think winning will be the leader he needs. All right, doggy. Follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly and reach out to him and tell him he's full of crap with Colin Kaepernick. We'll see you later on in the week, brother.
How many quarterbacks? Geno Smith, bro. Geno Smith.
I know, but he actually plays football. He kept his dream alive. He didn't quit. We talk about
that's how he
players
kept his dream alive.
Quitters. We don't talk quitters here. No quitting here. There's no quitting on this show. None. No quitting.
I'm done.
No. Later. Omar Kelly, EJD.
You've been listening to the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins Report with Omar Kelly. For additions, home remodeling, or custom work, call Eric at 305-433-4843. EJDconstruction.com is the custom home builder and general contractor you can trust. 305-433-4843. Time for the Lockdown segment with Florida Panthers insider George Richards. This lockdown is brought to you by A. Lenny Locksmith Services. Count on them 24 hours a day. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com. Here's FloridaHockeyNow.com insider George Richards.
All right, let's talk about the best team in town, the Florida Panthers. And I got to tell you, last night I had a couple of old ladies from Hialeah. And we were working that Santeria, and it worked, bro. It worked. The Avalanche lost. So I'm trying here, bro. I'm trying on our end. You know, I have connections in Hialeah. I'm not telling the PETA people what we sacrificed yesterday in order to get this done. But I just want you to, tell the folks over there in Pantherland that we're doing our best to put the Shango on the Avalanche. So the stage is set tonight to tie them at 116, baby. Let's do it.
Yeah, the stage is set. Florida Panthers up playing the New York Islanders, a team that now doesn't have anything to play for. They had a very thin chance to make the playoffs. I mean, only they could have believed it. I mean, there was no way they were going to. But now that's officially done. So,
and by the way, they've been a pain in our ass over the last couple of years. So, boys, spank these guys tonight, please. Okay, just spank them.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. Panthers at Islanders, first chance to check out the new arena at Belmont Park, UBS Arena. Should be a fun one for the Panthers, going for 11 in a row.
By the way, Islanders fans freaking hate it. They love the Coliseum, bro.
No, they like their new place. No, they like their
they like the new place, but they don't like.
They hated Brooklyn. They hated Brooklyn, but
they hate Brooklyn for sure, but the way it's designed, that's from because I get to know a couple of these Islander fans that I talk to, and they just love the way the arena was structured. Obviously, the modern arena is way better.
Hockey. It was it was their Orange Bowl.
Right.
It was a dump, but it was their dump.
Right. But acoustically and all that stuff, and the way the arena was designed, they love that arena the way it was designed on. But you're right, they actually hate a hell of a lot more that they've got to go to Brooklyn. That they cannot stand.
Brooklyn was bad for hockey, but they had to go there. I mean, that's a whole thing. They were never getting an arena built until they did. So they've been trying to get a new arena built on Long Island for 20 years. That's why they went to Brooklyn, and it was just an abject failure. And they went back to the Coliseum, a redone Coliseum, nicely redone, kind of like the Forum in Los Angeles. They redid that, and it's a beautiful facility now. But
Long Island is a lot like Broward. They're smart. We're not giving you guys any arenas or stadiums. Go to Dade. They're the stupid idiots that will do all of that stuff. I mean, Huizinga pulled it off only because he owned Broward. If he didn't own, that was the only guy that could build a damn arena in Broward. Outside of that, I don't think anybody else.
They gave the soccer team. some pretty good.
Well, they did nothing there. That land was all they did was give them the land. Moss built everything. They didn't spend one penny. So the city ends up winning because they'll be able to they get their football field, which they kept there, and they win anyways because they've got the facility now there.
That's fair. I mean,
they win. But Broward is smart. Broward doesn't do much. They don't. It's Dade that usually does all the craziness.
That's a fight for another day. But I mean, listen. I mean, people from Dade, people from Dade don't like driving north because they've never had to. So
right, exactly. Yeah, you're right about that.
I'm a Miami guy. I remember as a kid driving to Broward was like going to Disney World. It was a road trip.
Right. Yeah, I'm with you there.
Those
all right, so the boys.
Sunrise?
By the way,
we're going to Sunrise. What's up there?
I was talking about this
up there.
Yeah, I was talking about this yesterday. How cool is this? So they start the season with an 8-game streak.
Yep.
They've got a 10-game streak going on now. They have had 4 4-game winning streaks and 1 5-game winning streak this season. How about that, bro?
And I think they've only got 1 3-game losing streak, maybe 2. It just shows the consistency of this team. I mean, they just consistently win is what they do.
They have 4 3-game losing streaks and 1 2-game losing streak.
Yeah, and they don't. Yeah, and a couple of those losing streaks, you're just like, what was that about? I mean, that Nashville, Columbus, Edmonton one. And that's been their last bad streak. I mean, that's been it ever since then. They've been red hot and on fire.
I know, but how cool it is as a Panther fan. You don't think about it right now, but if you go back and I tell you about all these winning streaks, holy shit! Dude.
No, like we talked about, these are the good old days, baby. You're living in the good old days right now.
Yeah.
These are the days you're going to look back on when the Panthers go when they go to Long Island, they get beat 5-2. And, we're looking 3-4 years down the road, whatever. Oh, remember when the Panthers were just beating everybody? Remember that we won 10? Remember that?
Right.
You're living in it. Enjoy it. People complain about everything. Enjoy it. It's not on TV. Shut up.
Ekblad, no setbacks. Everything still on pace for. Oh, wait
Go
a
to
minute.
FloridaHockeyNow.com right now, Big O. Guess who was on the ice today on Long Island?
Well,
Number
that's
5.
why I'm asking. Okay,
Aaron
and
Ekblad, back on the ice today with the team.
Love it.
Yeah, so that's good. Listen, he's not coming back until the playoffs. We know that.
Right.
Even though technically he could. Technically, he can't because the Panthers would be way over the salary cap if he comes back. So he's not coming back until game 1 of the playoffs. And the Panthers hope it's game 1, right? They hope it's game 1.
Yes. Yeah.
They're not saying anything like that. But to see him on the ice today, up on Long Island, we'll see how that progresses because when guys. That's the first we've seen him on the ice with the team. Now he's been skating on his own, so. Sometimes, you push it a little bit too much. We'll see how it reacts. Panthers are off tomorrow. They've got a morning skate on Thursday. They're off on Friday. So there's really no practice days for Aaron Ekblad, but he's going to be working on his own. We'll see if he's back with the team or if he skates on the side again. But, that's really good news for the Panthers. And like I was telling Colby, our reporter, Colby Guy, is there and spotted him. Teams do that when you're on the road. They know nobody's around, so you can throw Aaron Ekblad out there and nobody's going to notice. Well, Colby noticed, and story's up right now, FloridaHockeyNow.com.
Nice. There you go. So check it out and subscribe to FloridaHockeyNow.com so you can catch everything. It's like $3 a month. It's a joke. Seriously. Great coverage of the Panthers every single day. Now, we only have one issue. Maybe it's not really an issue. Could be an issue. Could be something they're thinking of, whatever. Knight's playing really well, dude. So how is this working out down the stretch?
They got 2 goalies. That's how they're looking at it.
So
they've got 2 very good goalies. That's how they're looking.
Okay, but is he going to play the hot hand, or is he going to go back and forth? I think it's
going to be a lot of gut feelings. I think it's going to be a lot of talk between the goalie people, Roberto Luongo, Rob Tallis, Francois Allaire. Leo Luongo's in Charlotte. He's tuned into this thing. They're going to, I don't know that you're going to see, one guy one day, one guy, the other guy the next. I think it's going to be whoever gets in game 1, that's his net until not, and then the other guy gets in, and it's his net till not. And then
that's what I was going to ask you. That's because
they haven't said that. They haven't said that officially.
No, I know.
But that's
what we're used to. That's what we're kind of used to. Most coaches will go with the hot goalie, dude, because once you get a guy like, I keep
most
thinking
teams
about
don't
it.
have this, and that's the other thing. Most teams don't have Sergei Bobrovsky and Spencer Knight. Look how good Sergei's been the last couple games. Look how good Spencer Knight's been the last couple games. Nobody else has this, so it's kind of it's a weird situation because usually you would be saying, oh, no, it's Bob. 89% of the games are going to be Bob. But you can't say that because Spencer Knight is so quiet in net. He seems so poised. We'll see what happens. But I don't think it's an indictment for either guy who doesn't play.
So in a Stanley Cup run, just let's have a little fun here.
Sure.
You give me this offense and you give me Beezer. Do they lose more than 2 games in a run?
Beezer, Beezer, that
Beezer.
96. Yeah,
that
he didn't give up anything.
No, that's what I'm saying. With a team that couldn't score.
Years old now, Big O.
No, but I'm saying just get me that Beezer, that moment, that run with this offense, and oh my God, nothing would stop this team. It wouldn't even come close, bro. Because that guy was stopping everything on an offense that couldn't score a damn thing.
Well, it was a different game back then. It wasn't like there was a lot of teams scoring a lot of goals then. But no, you're right. Listen, and that's what made 96 so special was that you had John Van Beesbrook in net, and you had a very gritty bunch of players from the Panthers that scored timely goals, right? They scored timely goals. They didn't score a lot of them, but they got timely ones, and they scored memorable ones. You had the Mike Huff, you had the Billy Lindsay, you had all those guys It was a lot of fun, but in this team, my goodness, could you imagine how many of those 96 Panthers? How about this one, Big O? How many of those 96 Panthers in their prime could make this Florida Panther team? Jovo.
Yeah, Jovo.
Dvorak.
Maybe you'll use Laws
Mellenby.
because he's
Paul
right
Laws
because he's a
made
badass.
Yeah.
Right.
We're looking at 5 or 6, maybe.
Yeah, not many. No. The skill on this team.
And it's deep.
It's not even close, dude.
Yeah.
It's not even close, bro.
Yeah.
I told you this reminds me of the Kings from a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
They're
They are good. They are physical. They're
big,
talented.
physical, fast.
You can't push them around and just they're not dancing around there. They can. They can pass like the Red Army team of the Soviet Union.
Yes,
and they can brawl with you. It's a pretty neat combination here in South Florida. They got a good club.
Yeah, I'm with you there. All right, what are you working on Florida Hockey Now so folks can check you out, my friend?
Well, speaking of the goalies, that was my story today about the Bob E. Knight. I'm calling him. Throwing a little Spanish in there for you. Bob.
I like it.
Yeah, a little play. If you get it, you get it. Well, So I wrote that about this. I mean, who are they going to play game 1? I don't know. I mean, flip a coin. It could be Bob. It could be Spencer Knight. I would bet it's Bob game 1 just because it's Bob.
Right.
Whoever they
give him the opportunity.
Yeah, you give the
himself.
veteran guy the opportunity, and I think that he's. Listen, they weren't exactly thrilled last week or a week and a half ago, but he seems to have gotten over things, and he's looked very solid in net. And like Andrew Burnett says, you can tell how Bob's going to play within the first couple. If he looks like he's fighting it and he's all over the place, it might be a long night, but he's looked relaxed and ready to go, so that's good. So I wrote about that today. And we've got Colby's story. I also read about Maxim Mammon and how he's been filling in for Ryan Lomberg, again, showing the depth of this team. Maxim Mammon doesn't get a whole lot of playing time here with the Panthers. He would get a lot of playing time somewhere else. Trade him to Philly, and he might be on their top line the way this guy plays, and he barely gets in with the Panthers. I wrote about him today, and then we've got Colby Guy up in Elmont, New York, who wrote about number 5, Aaron Ekblad.
All right. Good stuff there. Follow him on Twitter at George Richards and subscribe, man. Go to FloridaHockeyNow.com. You can subscribe. It's like $3 a month and you'll get great coverage every single day of your future world champion Panthers. Because
listen, we're going to be covering this team.
We're going to lift that cup, baby. Wait a minute.
We're
Hold on.
We're going to be covering this team like crazy. And then you think we
We got our light, bro. We got our light here. We got our horn.
You got a horn. You got a Matterhorn.
Yeah. See it back there? See the light on?
I see it.
There you go. So we scored a goal, George Richards. That's right. FloridaHockeyNow.com. Appreciate you, my brother. Enjoy the hockey. We'll talk next week.
Thanks, bro. Be good.
You got it. There you go. It's the lockdown segment. Lenny Locksmith lockdown segment.
This has been the Florida Panthers Lockdown segment, brought to you by Lenny Locksmith Services. Count on them 24 hours a day. Call 855-869-5625 or go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Baby, alennylocksmith.com, 24-hour locksmith service. You're locked out of your home. You're locked out of your car. You call alennylocksmith.com. He's locking it down like the Panthers are locking this down. Locking that number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. Now we need to lock down the number 1 overall seed. alennylocksmith.com. Make sure you call them and tell them that Big O sent you. They will definitely take care of you. Time now. Business and sports collide a lot on this program. And when they do, we have our KSDT Sports Business Report. Pretty amazing stuff, man. Apple TV now has emerged as the favorite to land the NFL Sunday ticket. You think about it, years ago, you're on your tube watching it. You never expected this thing to end up on a platform. And now it's Apple TV. I watch some Apple TV, some of you out there. Puck.news reported this. An unnamed source has told them that the deal's not actually done yet. It's being kept under wraps at Apple's request. The CEO, Tim Cook, said that the company is merely in its early days of premium video, and nothing is more premium than NFL football. The price could land in the $2.5 billion range per year, and the deal would bring Apple within the NFL's borders, a broadcast partner tent, like spreading its rights around so everyone invested in it succeeds. DirecTV holders, they have the Sunday rights through 2022. It's been reported elsewhere that the winner of the Sunday ticket package possibly would also be able to sell a sliver of the satellite rights to either people in areas that lack high-speed internet or access to bars. The league is also exploring its own streaming service, dubbed NFL Plus. Sources said it would likely be a $5 a month and would include some out-of-market games. That is smart, but it also would take some of the value out of Sunday ticket. So think about this. Okay, I did the math for you. $2.5 billion per year. That means all 32 teams, each of them are getting $78 million check. Now, remember, it's a $200 million cap. So it's almost paying for half of your salaries. Now, remember, you have local TV deals. You have your national TV deals. You have other platforms like Amazon or Twitter or something like that they'll carry a Sunday or a Thursday game or something like that. They do that. You have radio deals. You have international TV deals. You have the NFL Network. Now you're talking about NFL Plus now that they may add. So that's, I don't know how many, another 150, 200 million that's probably going to come in for each of the teams. I mean, they print money in that league, dude. Holy moly. 2.5 billion a year for the rights to that. Apple TV, baby. Man, that is impressive. And that is also your KSDT Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right. Appreciate all of you, as always, keeping it locked here on the program, and we thank our folks at KSDT. And this is for your home or personal, that is, or business. KSDT is definitely the ones you want to call. By the way, if you need to put together a will, if you're buying property, if you're buying a business, you need to assess what the value of that business is. KSDT does all of that for you. So just in case, before you make that investment, don't make a mistake. Call the great people at KSDT CPAs. They do a lot more than just your taxes at the end of the year. They do a ton. So please look into them, ksdtcpa.com. All right, let's talk a little Miami Heat basketball. And we do it every Tuesday and Thursday at this time with Anthony Chang of the Miami Herald and our Liquor Split Miami Heat report.
Let's tap into the latest with the Miami Heat and our Liquor Split app Miami Heat reports with insider Anthony Chang. Liquor Split is Miami's own online liquor store. Download, then tap the app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split. Here's Anthony Chang.
Remember, it's a flat fee of $2.99, so you got the Heat game going on tonight. Order yourself a little wine, a little whiskey, a little Tito's vodka, a little Grey Goose. Love my Grey Goose. Maybe a little Edge energy drink. Yeah, baby. MyEdgeDrink.com also. But Really, at Liquor Split, you can get the edge, and you can use it as an elixir to mix in that vodka, mix in that rum. It's a beautiful thing, man. Plus, $1 of your delivery goes to solve homelessness in Miami. So you're also doing a good thing for the Liquor Split. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend that is Anthony Chang. How are you doing, my friend? You doing good?
Good, Big O. How are you? Is that Cuban coffee you're drinking?
No, it's honey and lime.
Wow.
For
That's better for you. That's better for you. That's much better.
I need it for the throat, bro. When you talk for hours, you got to lubricate the engine. You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
So very important. Actually, the listeners gave me this tip, and it's helped out immensely too. It's been really, really good. All right, that performance Sunday night, that was fun. Sunday afternoon, that is.
Yeah.
As they took care of business against the Hawks, and the angle that they used to attack Trey is the right one, and they did. And hell, they didn't even have to use the secret weapon, Caleb Martin, the Trey Young stopper, because I'm sure he was probably looking forward to doing some of that, but they really did a good job of attacking him and trapping him.
Yeah, it's kind of what we expected, right? And I think it's what the Hawks expected. It's what they've been doing all year. The only difference was, like you said, Caleb Martin was not the one on him for most of the game. In the regular season, it was Caleb who was on him mostly. So that was a little bit surprising. But other than that, it's kind of what we thought they would do. They switched. I mean, everyone on the court can pretty much defend him, which is incredible. Other than, Max Strus, I guess, in that starting lineup. But even Max did a good job of staying in front of him.
Right.
They showed him extra bodies. They kept him out of the paint, forced him into, he can make threes. He just didn't make them last game, but they really didn't let him in the paint, which I think was the biggest key. So we're going to see that again today. I'm sure Trey will be more aggressive. They'll find different ways to get him better shots. But the truth of the matter is the Heat's defense is really good. I'm not saying Trey's going to get 8 points again. It's probably not going to happen. He's not going to go 1 for 12. That was his worst shooting game in his NBA career. And he might go out for 30, 41 game. But the Heat are going to make his life very, very hard. He's going to have to make some very tough shots to do that. And he's capable of doing it. But the Heat's plan, they've said it for the last few days, is we don't expect it to happen again. But as long as we're making every shot
I have
tough,
to say that, by the way.
We live with the results.
Smart.
Yeah,
you don't want to be Bruce Brown, by the way. Okay, that's right. What you want to do. You want to avoid Bruce Brown. Okay,
for sure. It's just it is probably an outlier. I mean, that was his season low in points. The third game ever, he's made 1 shot in, so it's not likely to happen again. But the point is, if they're making his shots tough, they'll live with the results, and most likely, more games than not, he's not going to be that efficient.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think he'll be that. I don't think he'll dominate a game. I'm sure he'll get hot. But I just don't see him efficiently exploding. You know what I mean? Sure. It's going to be where it's volume, because that's who he is. And listen, in the end, I hate to look at it this way, but if you're the Heat, tonight is a must win. And I don't mean by that if you lose this game, oh my God, you're at risk. I think they're going to win this series. But I talked about this with Ira. If you're smart, you put the hurting on them today, and then you try to put another hurting on them in Atlanta, and you want to make sure you put them in a position where they feel no hope. Why? Because you need to rest Tucker and Jimmy, and Lowry. These guys, let the other series last a little longer. You have an opportunity. Trey's not healthy. Collins just got back. You can tell he's not himself, and Capella's not there. If they were fully healthy, this might be a competitive series.
Yeah.
And I still think Miami wins, but it's at least more competitive, and maybe they win 1 or 2 games out of this thing. But right now, I think the team I saw on the court right there with Atlanta, you must sweep these guys, and it starts with winning tonight, because you got to take advantage of all these days off.
Yeah, and not to mention that Philly series against Toronto, which we thought was going to go deep.
Oh yeah, it
could still, but I don't think it doesn't look like that, especially with Scotty Barnes.
It's terrible, dude. Maxey has just made an enormous difference for them. Man.
Yeah, so that series could go very quickly too. So that's another reason for the Heat to want to get some rest, because you don't want Philly to have a week off and the Heat going, 2 or 3 days and going into the next series against a team that had a week off. So that's another motivating factor to get this done in 4 or 5, you would think. But yeah, I think healthy Atlanta for an 8 seed is a good team. I still think the Heat win because they're the better team. But without Capella, which Capella is very important, not only for his rebounding and his defense, But
he plays well against Miami. He plays well
against Miami, and he's important to Trey. I mean, those screen and rolls, that's their go-to play. And
huge.
Capella is one of the best rollmen in the league, and without him, they don't have that, and that hurts Trey. That's another reason why he can really just lock in on Trey. So that's a big deal. So I think the Heat are a better team to begin with, but without Capella, with Collins not even close to 100%, this series shouldn't go longer than 5. It really shouldn't.
Yeah, I think you should sweep them. I really do. I think this is a series that you need to take advantage of just in case the other one is short or it does get extended.
Yeah.
I don't know, man, because it's just wow. Toronto looks completely outmatched. Yeah. Holy crap, man.
Yeah.
The one that surprised me yesterday actually was Dallas. Jalen Brunson. Wow. I thought Utah would win that game, and Jalen Brunson. Wow, that was a performance, dude.
A hell of a performance, and their 3-point shooting, and Dallas, and now they have a couple of days off where Luka can get healthy. That saved them. That could have saved their season right there, just that one game.
Yes.
If you get time to get Luka back, they can win that series.
Yes, they can win. If they get Luka back in this next game, that would be absolutely enormous. All right, you look at this game. He's not one of changing much in rotations, and plus you kick their ass. So there's no changes, right? You don't expect a rotation at the back end of the rotation. Like, we didn't use you guys in this game, we're going to give you some minutes in this one, we're going to give you less or something like. You don't expect that either, right?
I don't expect that. You never count that out with Spo because he could change rotation on a dime. But I think the only way that happens is if the Heat are down 15 points, Trey's going off for 30 points, and they put Caleb in there just to give him a different look. I could see that happening. But if everything goes as planned and you're winning most of the game, I don't see them going into this game thinking we're going to change up the rotation. I think we'll see the same 9, which again wasn't too surprising. I think we kind of figured those would be the 9. The only kind of surprising part was the Caleb omission. But they feel comfortable. And look at we talk about their depth of scoring. How about their depth of defenders? Where, like you said, Caleb is one of their best defenders. He's not even in there. You have Gabe Vincent, Kyle Lowry, PJ Tucker, Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, all out there who could lock up a guy like Trey. I mean, Gabe Vincent picking him up full court and pressing him and pressuring him.
To me, he was the under-radar player of the game.
He really was. He had a lot of really good plays. Yeah.
8 assists and 1 turnover, I believe it was, or something stupid like that. And most people aren't going to talk about his – was it 8 or 7 assists? Let me look it up again. Here, 8 assists and 7 assists and 1 turnover. I mean, dude, I know they only scored 8 points, and that's why you'll overlook it. But I thought Gabe Vincent was a sweet under the radar player in that game, man. I really do.
And he's the one that probably would have said, okay, maybe you don't play Gabe Vincent, you play Caleb Martin instead. But man, Gabe Vincent, it looked like the right move because, like you said, he gave him another facilitator, a guy who can run the offense, a shooter, and someone who can pick up Trey full court and do it well. So I don't expect many changes or any changes at all to the rotation unless something unexpected happens tonight.
Anthony Chang joining us from the Miami Herald. He joins us twice a week here with our Liquor Split Miami Heat report. And of course, you can tap that app, baby, iOS or Android, download it, Liquor Split. And maybe you're having a meeting, you forgot to get the drinks, you want to order a little whiskey, a little wine, a little bourbon, a little maybe soft drinks. They got snacks, they got chips, they got all kinds of stuff. Liquor Split, man. Tap that app, and it's a flat fee of $2.99. So download the app at liquorsplit.com or go to your iOS or Android app store, and you can find it. All right. We all want to be starting, right? I want to be a teacher. I don't want to be a teacher's aide. I want to be the Heat lead beat guy. I don't want to be the backup guy. I want to be a starter, okay? And we can understand that. And Duncan Robinson, unfortunately, lost his starting job to Max Strus. Now, while it's unfortunate in one way to Duncan, obviously, and fortunate for Max Strus, in the end, in hindsight, does it now become a blessing for everyone? Because now you've got Duncan and Tyler coming off the bench, which is like 50 points potentially every time with those kind of guys. 2, Duncan now doesn't have to cover starters, and starters are no longer covering him more often. Now you've got backups that have to catch up to him. And he, in turn, also has a better chance of defending a backup. So all of a sudden now, Strus is more of a two-way player, more of a heat player, better to set the table, not just offensively, but also defensively. And Duncan coming off the bench now with Tyler, it becomes incredibly dangerous. Maybe this all becomes a real blessing and not really the curse that maybe Duncan looks at it as.
Yeah, and Duncan, to his credit, he admitted like he was disappointed at first. Obviously, I mean that's human nature. You know, you want to start. You were a starter for 3 straight years, pretty much, and toward the end of the season, you get sent to the bench.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it was interesting. I asked him a question, just kind of what's the biggest difference about coming off the bench as opposed to starting for him. What his role is the same, obviously, to make threes and space the floor, but what's different in the nuances of the game coming off the bench? And he said he felt like he's less prepared for, like because when you're starting, you know that starting unit of the other team knows you're going to be on the court. Now he's going up against a different combination that who knows who's out there from the start of the game, So he feels like in the first few minutes he's able to get a few open shots that he wouldn't normally get because of that. So I thought that was interesting. Second, I think like you said, he doesn't have to defend starters, so that helps. When you saw it last game to open the game, and the Hawks hunted Max Strus early, and Max held his own. I'm not saying Max is an all-world defender. He's not.
Oh.
But he's able to hold his own against certain guys, better than Duncan. So I think in that regard, it helps too. And then yes, now Max is starting and Duncan's coming off the bench. But what we've seen over the last few weeks is whoever has the hot hand is going to play more between those two. But just because Duncan isn't starting doesn't mean he's not going to play more than Max. Doesn't mean he's not going to play 25 plus minutes a game. If he has a hot hand like last time, or it was another game in the regular season where he also played well, he gets those minutes over Max. So I think he'd have a great luxury of saying, okay, who's got it going? This is the guy that's going to play more because he has a hot hand. And sometimes it'll be Max, sometimes it'll be Duncan. So yeah, at first I must admit I was a little bit surprised by the move. I've been as you know, Big O, I've been a Duncan supporter. That starting lineup was very successful together for most of the year. But now looking to see how it's worked out, I must say I think it probably is good for all those involved.
Yeah, I certainly. I mean, listen, I've been crying from the top of the mountains for this change for a while, and I'm a Duncan guy too. I just think Strus is better suited to be the starter because he gives you something on the defensive end. He just has that moxie that I've never seen and never will see from Duncan. It's just not in him. You can tell he's just not that guy that has a little bit of a nasty streak on defense. So I like what I see there. All right, let's put you to the test. Heat by 7 over and under 219. Do you like any of those numbers, and for who?
I would say Heat cover that. I think the Heat are the better team. I think they win by, I don't think it's by 20-something points again or whatever it ended up being.
10,
game
12
one,
points,
but
right? You think
I think like around 10 points. I think they end up pulling away toward the end and they win by double digits.
Yeah, you and I are thinking.
Totals are tough. The Heat can have another hot game and it can go over, but so I wouldn't I'm not gonna touch the total, but I think the Heat cover.
All right. Grizzlies by 7 over the T-Wolves, who are leading 1-0 in this one. Interesting. Grizz have to win, though. After the season they had, they better win tonight, bro.
So much of the playoffs is about like who needs the game more, right? And the Grizzlies need this game. I mean, Minnesota got that one on the road to start. They stole home court. I think the Grizzlies are obviously a very good team. We've seen that. So I think they win tonight. Going away.
That kid put on a show for the T-Wolves, bro.
Oh yeah.
All right, so you're laying the 7 then.
Yeah.
Wow, that's ballsy. Okay. Yeah. Suns. This is not a series. 9.5 versus the Pelicans. Over and under 221.5.
Again, I'll stay away from
the total. By the way, the T-Wolves Grizzly is 241, dude. The over and under.
Wow. Compare that to the Heat's over under. My God. I don't know. That's tough. I guess I'll say I don't want to go 3 straight favorites, but I'll say the Suns cover. Yeah, I say the Suns.
You gotta.
They're clearly the better team. Yeah.
You got it. All right. What are you working on in the Herald leading up to the game so folks can check you out, my friend?
Yeah, we have a story up today about Markieff Morris, actually. just talking about, you know, he was here. He came here to play, right? He came here. He thought he was going to be an important part of the rotation. The season didn't go the way he expected to, obviously, with what happened in Denver and missing most of the season. He's not in the playoff rotation right now, but he's really taking a professional attitude. And we talked, Barry actually spoke with him at practice yesterday. Barry Jackson, my colleague.
But does he take responsibility at all? Because he still blames it on Jokic when
but I think that's a big part of
it. You initiated the dirty shot because you weren't going for the ball either in that play. And he got pissed because maybe he could have gotten injured at that moment, and he retaliates. That's the only thing that I don't like about the Markieff Morris thing. I haven't heard him take enough responsibility. He's part of the reason why he's out of this. He put himself in this position. He didn't have to take that dirty shot at Jokic.
Yeah, I spoke about when he came back, and he said, I'm not saying he didn't take blame for it, but he said, that was a hard foul. I was just trying to do a hard foul. We were frustrated. It wasn't anything dangerous. So he considers it a hard foul. The Jokic thing was a dangerous play. I mean, I'm not saying it wasn't instigated by Markieff. Yeah, that was a very dangerous play. Yeah,
it was dangerous, but if you look at that play, you could have hurt Jokic too, and you weren't going for the ball, dude. That's the worst part.
It was a hard take foul. It was a hard take foul.
And it just you didn't have to do that either. And so that's the only thing I don't like about it is that I haven't seen him take enough responsibility. And sometimes, you know what I wonder about? Life is called karma, and that's where karma just smashes you right in the face at times. And he's had his own run-ins over the years in this league as it is. And this is one of those moments that kind of goes back and harks back to some of the other issues he's had in the past that, okay, you were part of this scrum, but you don't want to take any responsibility for it. It's not all on Jokic. That's the bad part. All right. As always, I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you for joining us. We will catch up again on Thursday.
See you soon, Big O. Thank you.
You got it. There you go. Anthony Chang and our liquor split. Tap that app. Miami Heat report.
You're now tapped into the latest with the Miami Heat. This has been the Miami Heat Liquor Split Report with insider Anthony Chang. Download the Liquor Split app and enjoy your favorite drinks at wholesale prices. Delivered right to your door in minutes with a flat fee of $2.99. VIP lifestyle without the VIP prices. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
Right. Yeah, baby. Tap that app. Liquor Split. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Don't forget, Nature Bee is a proud sponsor of our program. And, I've been taking Nature Bee for 20 years now. You can use my code right there. Big O. There. Big O right there. And you get free shipping on your plant pollen. 1 month supply, 3 month supply, 6 month supply. Check it out at naturebee.com. I tell you all the time, they've got all kinds of other products, but man, I love it because it boosts my immune system. It gives me the energy that I have every day. Every day. If you watch this show, every day I show you I've got incredible energy for 3-4 hours, something that you don't see on local radio, that they do a fraction of the radio that we do on a daily basis. And I thank Nature Bee a lot for that, for powering me through the day and boosting that immune system. Dude, we're in a virus-filled world. Okay? It's whether I have my vaccines and I have my boosts, but I still take my Nature Bee because I don't want to even pick up a cold. Forget about just COVID. I don't want to pick up a cold. So it just gets nasty out there. That's why I love Nature Bee. Go to the website, naturebee.com. And some of you are wondering, well, wait a minute. Is this made with any kind of drugs or preservatives? None of that. It's all natural plant pollen from clean, green New Zealand. And the benefits are amazing. So check it out, naturebee.com, and use my code Big O for shipping at naturebee.com. All right. What else do we have here on the program that I wanted to talk about on the show? Let's see. Interesting. What else? Oh, I saw Front 242. They're coming back September 17th. I just saw that this morning on Saturday at Respectable Street in West Palm Beach. I will be there on September 17th on a Saturday. Where is the youth? Shout, go to shout. Lift up your hearts. Shout, go to shout. Oh, yeah. I love it. Jones is bumping up on Hall of Fame numbers. What do you think about Bitcoin right now and everything they're saying? I don't know what they're saying, bro. I don't listen to any gibberish that they're saying out there. So I don't know. I know that a couple people reached out to me about, some food stuff that people are talking about. I feel incredible about Bitcoin. I am so bullish on it. It's not even, it's way beyond, dude. Way beyond. So it's going to be the number one asset in the world to save. Countries are going to use it as collateral. Businesses are going to use it as collateral. People are going to use it as a savings account. It's where we're headed, as I've mentioned over and over and over and over again. So for me, I am not concerned at all. For me, this has been an amazing time to continue to accumulate Bitcoin. And even though, what is it, at 41 or 42? It's been right around there. It's been floating today between 40 and 42. And right now, where is it? 41.5. Still a hell of a buying time. When it's at 100, 150,000 and 300,000 and $500,000, whether you bought it at 37 or 44, what the hell's the difference at that point? Now, if you buy it at 90, when you could have bought it at 40, well, now that's a difference. Okay? That's why I keep telling you all. So, you do as you please. I can only tell you what I'm going to do. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just a guy that loves crypto and believes that this is going to be part of our financial stability in this world. So we'll see. Big O, have you caught Severance on Apple? I wrote it down now. EJ, I will check it out. I think it's been mentioned before, and I have not caught it. So maybe I can start watching it with the wife. Indade says it's a cliffhanger in each episode. Okay. In the beginning, I watched with one eye, thinking it's just another bureaucratic dystopia, wasting the talents of all those familiar heavy hitters, and then it just turned up the heat. Okay. All right, EJ, I will check it out. You're singing Nitzareb. Oh, that's right. I am. That's right. It's front 242. What is it? It's Headhunter, right? Right? That's what it is. Yes, that's right. I was singing Nitzareb. Very good, by the way. Who got that? Because I don't expect a lot of you to know Front 242 or Nitzareb. EJ, nice job by you, dude. Wow. Looks like you were at Fire and Ice with me back in the day. Fins for Life is in. Irving says, shout out to the Tua Live crew, baby. Big O, the best spokesman out there. Well, we're going to fight for the guy, bro. We're going to fight for him. I don't see enough people fighting for Tua. I see too many people trying to bury the damn kid. And I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of that. I want that guy to be the winner that he is, man. Omar is off his rocker. Colin is a newfound love. Yeah, no, when you watch that interview, that's a love fest if I've ever seen one. My Lord. And to compare any of this to, the guys that he was talking about is ridiculous. And again, it shows that he did not understand the fact of trying to keep your dream alive. So you give Cap the exit out. It was a layup of an interview. All it is hearing Chad and Brandon Marshall kiss his ass the entire time. Nobody really challenged him, and that's the problem. You know? He's no better than Warren Moon, bro. He's no better than Theismann or Garcia or any other guy. He could have gone to the CFL. But he deep down inside, Colin Kaepernick knew he wasn't a starter. And he had his little run, and that's it. And he knew that he could make his money with Nike and being the poster child of a very important cause that he really doesn't do anything for. Just a poster child. Everybody else was, fighting the fight, except Colin. He was hiding behind the scenes. I've never seen anybody that fights for that supposedly is the face of a cause, but never fights for it, is never front and center. Like, are you kidding me? Go watch all these women that are fighting for women's rights. Go watch our gay community when they fight for their rights. Go watch Martin Luther King when he's fighting. He's front and center, baby. Anybody that's fighting for a cause, if you believe in the cause, you're front and center. I don't care if it's PETA. I don't care if it's nuclear testing or whatever the hell it is that you're fighting. You're front and center for your cause. I've never seen a person that's not front and center for their cause. That guy didn't fight for his career, and he didn't fight for the cause either. Just use the face. That's all. It's that dude has suckered so many people. He's not even close to real leaders in this world. You know what I mean? Like Rosa Parks. Like, that's a woman who laid it all out there, bro. That's impressive. Ray says Front 242 had the industrial sound, as they called it back then. Saw Nitzareb open up for Depeche Mode in the Violator tour. Yes, I remember that. I was there. And what also was there in that Violator tour? If I remember correctly, wait a minute, hold on a second. Was it Violator? Or wait a minute, I thought the opened up for the Violator tour. And Nitzer, wait a minute, hold on a second. No, it's the because Johnny Marr was the guitarist. It was the Dusk album, whatever, Mind Dusk or whatever the hell the name of that one. I want to say that no, wait a minute. Yeah, no, it might have been another tour where Nitzer opened up. I don't know if it was a Violator tour, or maybe I'm thinking another tour. Violator was Nitzer, and oh, wait a minute, hold on a second. The one with the purple and black album, that might have been the one with the. What's the name of that album with Depeche Mode? See, now you guys got me in this. Now you got me in this mode, in this Depeche mode. Let me see. Because now I'm forgetting the Songs of Faith and Devotion. That's what it was. My bad. The opened up for Songs of Faith and Devotion. That's what it was. Because that came out in 93, correct? And the album that I'm talking about. Oh, let's see. Dusk came out in 93. I was right. Yes. Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun. Oh, God, I love that album. Love is Stronger Than Death is such a great song. Dogs of Lust. Oh, it's slow emotion replay. I love it. Man, that is such a good album. Most of you may not know who the is, but they are phenomenal. Mr. Johnson and crew are phenomenal. So that's what it was. Violator, we got Nitzareb. Songs of whatever Devotion, we got the. There you go. Which, by the way, that concert, that was what's one of my top new wave concerts of all time. Depeche and the opening up. Oh my God. That blew me away, dude. Oh God. Man, that was so amazing. Violator was also a DM album. So good. So good. Magical album, Violator. My favorite is still Music for the Masses. That is still my favorite. And I saw that tour also. I saw that one. I want to say that was that Sporto? I think I saw that one in the Sporto. I think. Anyway, so there you go. Where's Waldo of causes? I don't know what the hell that means, EJ. Tua will have a good year, hopefully a great year this year. I didn't give up on him. I just thought his health was still hindering him. Well, we'll see. We shall see. I am hoping for a hell of a year from Tua Tunga Vailoa. All right, before we go, we like to do a little something called our liquor split matchup of the night.
It's time to tap that app. And no one loves to tap that app like the Big O. Here's the liquor split matchup of the night.
All right. Well, guess what? I am going to go on a Homer point of view on the liquor split matchup of the night. Tonight on TNT at 7:30, Hawks and Heat. The Heat are favored by 7. The over and under is 219. The Hawks are plus 250 on the money line. The Heat are minus 310. Clint Capella is still injured. And John Collins is not himself. Even Trey Young, you can kind of tell he's not himself. Obviously, the kid is going to try to ball out today, and he's going to kill himself to try to score every basket in the world. Miami is favored by 7. I'm going to lay the 7. I think they win by 10 in this game. I think they will wear out the Hawks as the game goes on, and I think they'll cause a lot of problems again for Trey Young. I just think that this Hawks team could have given Miami a game. I think they could have made it interesting, not win the series, but they needed to be healthy. If Collins and Capella are healthy and Trey is healthy, then I think they could have maybe win a game or two, maybe. A game I think they would have won, maybe 2. But the way they are now, the way they're constituted right now, the Miami Heat have to take advantage of this. And they've got to just eliminate these guys with the quickness. And hopefully that's what they're going to do tonight, is hand them their second loss. And that way they can go to Atlanta. And that way the Hawks know they've got to play perfect in game 3 or it's over. And that's where Miami will have them right in the corner and right where they want. What Miami cannot do is let them off the hook today. That whole Dennis Green. And we let them off the hook. We can't do that. Can't do that. Bury them tonight by 10. I'm laying the 7. I'm going with the Heat. Lay the 7. You call or download the app at Liquor Split, iOS or Android, and order your favorite drinks. Maybe some soft drinks. All of that tonight while you watch the game. Liquorsplit.com. Tap that app.
The matchup of the night is brought to you by Liquor Split, Miami's own online liquor store. Liquor Split. Download then tap that app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
There you go. And by the way, we also tell you Edge Energy drink. We love our Edge Energy drink, and you can also order it there at Liquor Split. But if you want to get 10% off, you use my code Big O, and you can order myedgedrink.com. If you want listen, whatever energy drink you've been drinking right now, drop it. Get rid of it. Check check the Edge. And when you go to myedgedrink.com and you order that thing, you are going to love it because it's going to taste great. And it has 0 aftertaste, okay? 0 aftertaste, 78 calories. It's a joke. I'm telling you, man, no aftertaste, 0 aftertaste, all right? It is awesome, and it tastes so good. Man, and it is a great elixir. Awesome elixir. So go to myedgedrink.com and use our code Big O so you can get 10% off. All right. By the way, did you see this, Sean? Mel Kiper can't do the NFL draft. Did you hear about that? He's not vaccinated. So he says he chose whatever health issues or whatever health reasons. Maybe he does. Maybe he's just an anti-vaxxer, whatever. He's got to do the draft from his house now this year. He doesn't get to be with everybody on the set. That's messed up, man. So he's got obviously a set that he uses at home because they obviously go to him a lot throughout the year. So he'll be working from that set for the draft. How about that, man? That's crazy. That is crazy. Big O has the best ads. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That's what provides this program. The great sponsors that we have. Gives you 4 hours of content. Okay? And we're going to the draft next week. So thank our sponsors. Support our sponsors. Whether it's myedgedrink.com, whether it's Caneswear, whether it's Acura Pembroke Pines, Hialeah Park, folks, please support our sponsors because that's how we're going to survive. We ain't going to survive if you're not supporting our sponsors. All right. So if you want this program to continue and we're going to add more, we're going to travel more and all of that, but it's a team thing. It's a family thing. So I appreciate all of you out there. We thank Cameron Wolf, Manny Navarro, Omar Kelly, George Richards, Anthony Chang, loaded program, and of course, Sean Stanley, dude, who's the ultimate ass kicker on the planet. We will see you all tomorrow a little earlier, 8:45. It's a Wednesday as we get ready for a little Slowman's Inside the Paint from 9 to 10. Ira and Clay will talk a lot about tonight's Miami Heat game. Tomorrow, we'll talk about the Heat game. We'll talk about the Panthers. We'll talk about a lot of things, and the Marlins are back in action tonight. So get a little baseball too. And we got the Open Cup also with Inter Miami and Miami FC. Should be a lot of fun. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:45. Same place, same bat channel. Have a good one.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends.